You're listening to the Golden Radio Podcast, hosted and curated by Spring Heel Jack.
And it's time for the magic carpet. Have you ever stopped to think that you serve your family bread more frequently than any other food on the menu? You probably do, Mother. Don't you want to be absolutely sure you're giving your family the most delicious, fine-flavored bread you can buy? A bread that actually adds to the enjoyment of their meals? Of course you do. All right, try certified double-flavor bread. I'm not kidding you. You'll find something in bread that you buy in a store that you never knew about before. It's delicious. Certified double-flavor bread. Try it now. Ask for it at your grocer by that name. The Certified Magic Carpet transcribed interview is coming up. The Certified Magic Carpet and your pilot, Charles Daly, have visited dozens of men's groups at their regular weekly luncheons. But today we visit the Seroptimus Club, a group of women who meet at lunch once a week to exchange ideas and to increase understanding and friendship among businesswomen. They are lunching in the cabinet room at the Willard Hotel. Now, we know well the record made by the men's department, and the Certified Magic Carpet is eager to find out how the members of the Seroptimus can do with the question cargo. And so the first guest to step aboard the Certified Magic Carpet is Mary Turner. Now, Miss Turner, I understand that in the Seroptimus Club, one woman is picked from each business to represent the particular business, and you only have one member from each business in the organization.
That's right.
What department are you from?
Well, I'm the director of the Home Service Bureau, the Potomac Electric Power Company. And that would come under utilities, I suppose.
Well, now, this has a good deal to do with utilities. How much earth can be taken out of a hole 4 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 6 feet deep?
Now, how would I know that?
Very simple, very simple. How much earth can be taken out of a hole 4 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 6 feet deep?
I wouldn't even know.
You can't take any dirt out of a hole. They haven't been able to for a long time. There's no dirt in it. Now, which one of the following can't a penguin do? Swim, walk, run, fly, lay eggs. Which one can't a penguin do? Swim, walk, run, fly, lay eggs.
Fly.
Fly is right. Now, when does the word love mean absolutely nothing at all? I'll give you a hint. It's in some kind of sport.
Tennis.
Tennis is right. When you say 40 love, it means 40 nothing. Now, in the poem by Edgar Allan Poe called The Raven, what did the raven say?
Nevermore.
Quoth the raven, nevermore. Now, here's one that's a little bit tricky. This is an old proverb rewritten. I read it to you. Give us the original of the proverb. Urgency of movement creates leftovers, no longer serving a purpose. Urgency of movement creates leftovers, no longer serving a purpose. Oh, that was easy now. Urgency of movement creates leftovers, no longer serving a purpose. Very simple.
Very simple. You wrote the paper there.
Now, don't. That's unfair. You mean you don't think I'd know this one? Haste makes waste. How will that do it? All right, now here's your last one. Groups of the following animals are called what? For instance, I'll give you an example. Partridges, coveys. You see a covey of partridges. Mm-hmm. How about sheep?
Flock.
Flock. Fish.
School.
Locusts.
Swarm.
People.
Crowd.
Crowds or mobs, that's right. Fine, get down. 99 9/10%. And here's your loaf of certified double flavor bread, and thank you very much for coming up.
Thank you.
Now, the next guest on the Certified Magic Carpet is Mary Burke. Miss Burke, where do you live?
I live at 3611 R Street.
And what branch of the business world do you represent in the Seroptimus Club?
Oh, I'm the Dean of Cookery at the Lewis Hotel Training School.
Ah, just so. Well, I'll have to get some comments from you on this bread department before you leave us. Now, here's an old problem that I want you to straighten out for me. Is a zebra white with dark stripes or dark with white stripes?
Oh, I think he could be either.
No, you've got to pick one or the other. We insist on that. Definitive, to say the least.
I see. Well, I'll say he's white with black stripes.
Well, you're 90% right. He's considered white, and the stripes are brown and black, 2 colors. Now, what mammal can fly? What mammal can fly?
Man.
It's a good one, it's that. But fly all by himself. What mammal can... You go into a dark room at night...
Oh, rat.
That's right. Takes off the ceiling to scare the daylights off you. Now, what mammal lives in the ocean like a fish? What mammal lives in the ocean like a fish? Very big.
Whale?
Well, does the trick fine. Now, here's one of those little things for you to straighten out. A revolving fragment of the solid part of the Earth's crust accumulates no plants which grow in masses nor moist surfaces. A revolving fragment of the solid part of the Earth's crust accumulates no plants which grow in masses on moist surfaces.
Rolling Stone, Dallas, and Moss.
Fine, that's splendid. Now, just one more for you before you leave us. Of the 26 letters in the alphabet, which is used the more often? Of the 26 letters in the alphabet, which is used the more often? Often.
Often?
No. That's pretty easy.
E.
And here's your loaf of certified double flavor bread. Have you ever used our bread?
Yes, I have.
That's
I like it very much.
As the Dean of Cookery, that's nice to know. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
coming up. Now, the next guest in the certified magic carpet is the president of the Seroptimists, Jean Bennett. Miss Bennett lives at 621 Indiana Avenue, and before we ask you any questions, I'd like you to take a minute out to tell us something about the Seroptimists, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. I'm very glad to tell you something about the Seroptimist Club. You know, this organization in Washington came into being 17 years ago. We celebrate our birthday in November. There are 108 such clubs in the United States and Canada, in the American Federation, and about an equal number throughout the world. This organization is something, well, it parallels Rotary for men. One woman of each business or profession supposed to be the outstanding one in her line. And everybody wants to know, what does Seroptimist mean?
That's what I want to know, too.
Well, I should be glad to tell you. Soror, sister, Optimo, the best women.
Oh, fine stuff. I looked it up in the dictionary and had a lot of trouble with it. Now, you can't leave, without answering a question or two.
Don't make it hard.
Oh, no. Is Canada larger or smaller than the continental United States? And that's an easy one, isn't it?
It's larger.
It's larger, that's fine. Now, the sun and the moon are said to have great effect on our tides. Which has the most effect, the moon or the sun?
The moon.
The moon, why?
Oh, don't ask me why. I don't know. I just know it does.
You see what I mean?
Oui, it's nearer.
That's right, it's here, that's fine. Now, ever heard of Sitting Bull?
Is that...
No. Who is Sitting Bull? You know who Sitting Bull is.
Yes, but I've forgotten.
Oh, but now think back.
Why did you take me unawares?
He's an Indian chief who did what?
Oh,
The
somebody says he defeated Custer.
They're right,
so-
too. He was an Indian chief who destroyed Custer's troops in the famous Custer's Last Stand. Now, you've been in Washington a long time, eh?
Yes, 25 years.
Oh, well, this is going to be very easy, then. What building in Washington carries this motto, equal justice under law?
The Department of Justice.
Now, that was what you were not supposed to say. You were supposed to say the Supreme Court building.
Well, that's a new building, and I haven't seen it.
Now, here's a tough one for you. Two native sons of Kentucky served simultaneously as presidents in the United States. Who were they? Two native sons of Kentucky served simultaneously as presidents in the United States. Who were they?
Let me think.
Yeah. In civil procedure, this sort of thing is almost out of order, but there was one time in the United States we had two presidents, remember? Civil procedure.
Why don't you whisper in my ear and tell me so I don't seem so stupid?
No, you know that one. It happened during the Civil War. Now, that'll ought to help you out. When the only time we had two presidents.
Only time we had...
Yeah, two presidents at the same time, you see. One of them was
Lincoln,
and the other one was President of the Confederacy, Mr. Jefferson.
Jefferson.
Jefferson Davis. And here's your loaf of certified double flavor bread. You made a good score.
I'm afraid I don't deserve it.
Oh, you did. The last one was a tough question. Now, the next guest in the certified magic carpet is Rena Pond. You live where, Pond?
I live at Northbrook Courts.
Northbrook Courts. Now, what part of the business world do you represent here in the Seroptimus Club?
I represent the construction service.
Ah.
I'm secretary and treasurer of the Bright Shepherd Company, Incorporated.
Well, see if you can construct this one for me. Will you give me the definitions of the following? Tomboy.
Well, a mischievous boy.
Tomboy and mischievous...
Mischievous girl.
Girl, that's right, a romping girl. How about tomcat?
The one that makes noise on the back fence.
The male of the species, right-o. Now, what about a tomahawk?
Well, that has something to do with an Indian.
Well, they used it for what?
Get scalps.
Yeah, that's right, war axes. Cut heads off and things like that. How about a Tom Noddy? I bet you never heard of that one.
I never heard of
Well,
that
a Tom
one.
Noddy is a simpleton. I didn't know that myself. That's why I didn't think you would. Now, here's... describe these musical instruments for me without using your hands. An accordion.
Well, it has ridges like a radiator.
Yeah, how does it operate? What's the principle of operation?
Air pressure.
That's right, you... Portable instrument with bellows. We got that far, and it has keys and metal reeds, and you pump it. See, I can use my hands because I'm asking the question. Now, how about a violin?
It operates bow on strings.
And you placed under the chin. That's fine. Now, all you have to do is unscramble this for me, and you're all through. A feathered vertebrate in a quadruped's forefoot is of value equivalent to a pear residing in the shrubbery. Now, that's an old proverb rewritten. Straighten that one out for me, will you?
A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
That's fine. Splendid. And here's your loaf of certified double flavor bread. And thank you very much for coming up.
Thank
Now,
you.
the last guest in the certified magic carpet this morning is Caroline Stevens, who lives at 1615 Hobart Street, Northwest.
Yes.
And is all ready to answer the questions as soon as you tell us what branch of the business world
I
you represent.
represent the secretarial school, the Temple Secretarial School.
Well, now, if a timepiece is a watch, what is a swatch?
Somebody who doesn't know a thing.
Now, you know what a swatch is. A swatch. A swatch.
A swatch
Yeah.
is a quick strike.
No, this has to do with the clothing business.
Oh, clothing.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know anything about
Swatch.
clothing.
Well, we'll call it a sample of cloth. How's that?
Sample of what?
Cloth. We call them a swatch. I don't know
Oh,
why.
do they? Well, I don't know why.
I don't either.
No.
Now, if lemonade is a drink, what is a colonnade?
A colonnade is a series of posts.
That's right, columns. Fine. Now, if you heard somewhere about a husbandman, what would you think a husbandman was?
A husbandman was somebody that I'd have to go after at once.
You don't think just a farmer who tills the soil would do the trick, do you?
Oh, yes, he'd do all right.
Well, now we have just one quick question for you, for our time is going. Is it proper table etiquette for a left-handed man to stir his coffee with the right or left hand?
Perfectly.
Well, he should do it with a spoon, really. You shouldn't put your hands in the coffee. Well, now our businessmen must return to their tasks, and so the certified magic carpet must close up shop and prepare to take off and go home. But first of all, we'll give Miss Stevens a loaf of certified
thank
double
you.
flavor bread.
Thank you.
Now, we've been visiting the Seroptimus Club, a group of businesswomen who meet for lunch once a week. They met today in the cabinet room at the Willard Hotel, and we've got to leave, but we may be back the next time you hear... That's the siren of the certified magic carpet.
Thank you, Charlie. It was very nice, my friends. I'm sure you and the certified magic carpet sure do get around. Yeah, that was a transcription. And that's a swell gang, that bunch of Seroptimists I know from long ago. They sure is a great gang of gals. Now, each day, Charlie and the certified magic carpet go somewhere. You want them to come and visit you? Call Metropolitan 3200, ask for the certified magic carpet, and make an engagement. No charge of any kind, and besides, you get a loaf of certified double flavor bread. Now, today's prize winner is Mrs. Irvin Plauger, is that? Plouffer? Plaugher? Plouffer? RFD number 3 in Alexandria. Her list of 4 or more questions was judged the best, and she wins $1. It's a daily prize. Why don't you try for it? And don't forget, ask your grocer for certified double flavor bread. and then we'll have a tree. Mother, why not let Arcade Sunshine store your summer clothing and house furnishings? This way you can be certain that your summer garments will be fit to wear next summer. You'll be certain that the white garments won't turn yellow and that they won't be ruined by moths and other insects. There's no need to run the risk of ruining your summer garments when you can have them clean, pressed, and stored for just a few pennies more than the price of cleaning alone. For instance, ladies' dresses cleaned and stored for as little as $1. Men's summer suits cleaned and stored for $1. Randolph 8000, Arcade Sunshine, Washington's complete cleansing institution. Randolph 8000. See you tomorrow. This is WJSV, Washington.
Old Dutch, the cleanser that polishes as it cleans, presents Bachelor's Children. You know, it's not surprising that we're receiving thousands of requests for our smart-looking floral spray pin. It is handsome and right in style. It's a quality piece of costume jewelry made by one of America's leading jewelers. Why, a pin like this is worth $1. But just think, you may have it for only 25 cents and the windmill pictures from 2 Old Dutch cleanser labels. Well, that's such a bargain that many are taking advantage of the offer to get more than one for gifts or bridge prizes. Fashionable women everywhere are wearing pins like this on lapels, dresses, and sweaters. It's 14-karat gold finish in a stunning floral design consisting of 3 flowers, 1 large and 2 small, with satin-finished petals that contrast with the brightly polished stems and the green-gold effect of the leaves. The heart of each flower is set with a brilliantly cut, imported simulated amethyst. It also has a safety lock. This pin is 2.5 inches overall. It was made exclusively for Old Dutch Cleanser, and the only way you can get it is through this offer. But hurry, our limited supply is going so fast we probably won't be announcing this offer much longer. So send 25 cents and the windmill pictures from 2 Old Dutch Cleanser labels for each pin wanted to Old Dutch Cleanser, Chicago, Illinois. This offer is good only in the United States. And save time and work. Use Old Dutch, the cleanser with the 1-2 cleaning action. 1, cuts grease quickly. 2, makes your cleaning easier. And now, Bachelor's Children. It's nearly 10 o'clock the following evening as we take up our story again, and Sam is just opening the door of his house to admit Dr. Graham.
Hi, fella. Well, it's about time you're showing up, young man. My wife over here?
Yes, she certainly is. Come in here and give an account of yourself.
You hear that? I'm telling you, she's all burned up because you've been AWOL.
Well, now, listen, I'm counting on you to stand back of you in case she gets tough.
Well,
You've been all this time.
But now, just hold on a minute, I'll tell you. Go, Janet.
Hi, Dr. Bob.
you know, I always bring a box of candy or something like that to square myself when I've stayed out late.
Oh, well, I never have to square myself with my wife. How about that, darling?
Well, aren't you forgetting something?
Forgetting?
After all, I haven't seen you since 8:30 this morning.
Oh. Well, I trust it won't embarrass you two if I kiss my wife.
Things have come to a pretty pass, I must say, when a wife has to invite her husband to kiss her.
Yes, I'd say so too, Sam.
Yet better?
Much better. Although it's almost like being kissed by a stranger.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm not taking all the blame here. You weren't home this afternoon when I finished my office hours.
I know I wasn't. I was shopping. Well, tell me, who did you have dinner with?
With Mr. Radcliffe, Mr. Hampton.
Hampton?
Mm-hmm. Editor of the News-Dispatch. And Mr. Wakefield. He's state representative for this district.
Oh, but how come? Why did you happen to have dinner with them?
Well, you know, you were over at the house last night, weren't you, when Mr. Radcliffe suggested I have lunch with him and Mr. Hampton?
No, Janet left before Allison and her father came, Bob.
Oh, that's right. Well, you tell him about it?
No, I didn't.
She hasn't had a chance. She's been too busy wondering who you were with.
Oh, Sam, I was not.
Well, anyway, last night, Allison brought her father over to see me. She told him about our plans for taking the sanitarium case to the legislature and had him very much interested in it. Well, it seems he's a very good friend of this Corliss Hampton of the News-Dispatch, and he arranged for the three of us to have lunch today.
What for?
Well, he felt that Hampton could do us a whole lot of good through his paper if we could get him interested enough.
And did you?
Yes, I believe we did.
Oh, good.
It's a funny thing. Hampton has a son, grown now, who suffered with heart disease for a good many years. And as a consequence, Mr. Hampton is vitally interested in anything having to do with the disease.
Yeah, I suppose he naturally would. Where are you going, honey?
I thought I'd go back and make some coffee and fix a little lunch for us to eat while we're talking.
Okay, fine.
Do you mind if I don't help you, Janet? I want to hear all about this.
Oh, no, that's all right. Stay there.
Well, go on now.
Well, I explained the whole situation to Hampton. He knew about the sanitarium, of course, and the injunction that had been placed on it. But after I told him about Conway and his part in it, he's a very pompous sort of person. Ever meet him?
No, never did.
Well, anyway, he declared himself as being on our side and said he'd do everything he could to help us.
Oh, grand. But this was at lunch.
Mm-hmm.
You say you had dinner with him, too?
Well, yes, when lunch was over, he went to the phone and called Mr. Wakefield. He lives here in the city, and asked him to have dinner with us this evening.
Well, what was the idea?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute. I'll tell you another thing. I realize now that what I didn't know about the way to get a bill brought before the legislature would fill a large book.
Yeah?
It's a good thing Mr. Radcliffe interested himself in the case, or I'm afraid my chances of winning out had been pretty poor.
How so, Bob?
Well, in the first place, it seems that it's necessary to have a representative introduce a bill before the legislature.
Oh?
So, when it convenes...
Oh, when's that going to be?
The 19th, October.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Hampton says that Wakefield's one of the most powerful representatives in the legislature. That's the reason you had him down to meet me. And he's going to introduce our bill.
Well, how does it work, getting a bill before the legislature, do you know?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I got the whole setup from him. Any member of the legislature can introduce the bill, but naturally it's to one's advantage to get the most influential member possible.
Sure.
Well, then, after the bill's been introduced, the Speaker refers it to subcommittee, and they investigate the merits of the case and report their findings, favorable or unfavorable. I'll tell you one thing, Ruth Ann, you certainly did me a favor when you suggested getting Allison Radcliffe on that board. Her father was so interested that this evening he volunteered to have his lawyer draw up the bill for us. That grand?
Yeah, I suppose it's important that be done right, huh?
Oh, well, I realize fully I couldn't do it myself, and since Houston isn't here, it'd cost us a whole lot of money, I'm afraid.
Well, is that all there is to it then, Bob? Just to get the bill presented and see how they vote on it?
Oh, no, honey, that's just the beginning. And just as soon as the bill is introduced, I'll have to go down to the Capitol and do a little lobbying.
Lobbying? What's that?
Oh, meeting with representatives, try to persuade them to vote in our favor.
Exit the doctor and enter the politician.
Well, certainly in a good enough cause, and be worth all the effort I'll put into it.
Yeah, but what will I be doing while you're there?
You're going to be doing your bit right here at home, honey.
How?
Well, Mr. Hampton suggested that the board write letters to club women all over the state, you see, telling the story of the sanitarium and asking them to appeal to their various representatives to vote in our favor.
Oh,
And you can take care of that, see?
Well, it looks to me as if you really got someplace today, Bob.
Yes, I think I did. Yeah, well, I've been determined to go on with this plan, but as to how I was going to do it and the procedure and all that sort of thing, I was pretty vague about it. But now I know just what we're going to do, and that's half the battle.
Well, here I am.
Oh, here, honey, let me take that tray. She called me. I had to come out and carry it in.
Well, that's all right. It isn't heavy. Set it here on the coffee table.
All right.
You can go out and get the coffee, though, if you will.
All right. Anything else you want me to bring in?
No, I think I have everything else. Ruth Ann, do you want to pull your chair around so that you... will somebody answer
All
that?
right. Hello? Oh, yes, Ellen. Oh, that's all? He wants me to call him right away, huh? All right, I will. Yes, I know his number. Well, I don't know. Not very much longer.
Ask her if she wants to come over and have some cake and coffee with us.
Ellen, Janet's serving cake and coffee. She wants to know if you want to come on over. All right, I'll tell her. Goodbye. Yeah, she says she's all ready for bed.
Oh, too bad.
And she also said she didn't think it was good for you to be eating and drinking coffee this late at night.
Isn't that just like it?
Say, could I use your phone, Janet? I have to make a call.
Oh, sure, help yourself.
Willow 6695, please.
Who are you calling, Bob?
Right. Dr. Freeling. He called the house just now and asked Ellen to have... hello. Dr. Freeling there? Yes, please.
Where shall I put this coffee, sweet?
Right here.
Hello, Dr. Freeling? It's Dr. Graham. Did you call me?
You want some sugar with coffee?
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Yes? Mm-hmm. Well, what time, Doctor? Well, I'll have to think a minute. See, I have an operation scheduled for 9:15 and another for 10:30. Last one shouldn't take long, so... Well, yes, I can do it, I think. But what's the trouble? Oh, I see. Mm-hmm. Well, all right, I'll see you over there in the morning around 11.
Hurry up, Dr. Bob, so your coffee doesn't get cold.
What?
It'll be all right.
What was that? You think I'm pretty clever? About what? I don't get you. Holding out on you? Say, what is this, anyway? Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but I suppose it's all right. Well, no, what is it? Okay, Bill. Good night. Oh, somebody's crazy.
What do you mean?
Bill Freeling just now. He wants me to assist him with an operation tomorrow. Then after we got all set on that, he said, you think you're pretty clever, don't you?
Clever about what?
Well, that's what I'd like to know. He's laughing. He said something about their finding me out, even if I did hold out on them.
Well, what was it?
I'm sure I don't know. Haven't any idea. Whatever it was, he seemed to think it was a pretty good joke, and he was still laughing about it when he hung up.
Freeling. I know him, don't I?
Yes, on the staff over at the hospital. We were over there at dinner one night about a year ago.
Oh, yes, sure. Well, sit down and have your coffee, and then we must go home. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Even though Bob does have big, important matters like state legislatures and operations and all that to think about, don't forget I'm only a housewife and have to crawl out of bed at the crack of dawn and get his breakfast in the morning.
You'll find just the smart touch you need for that new dress, sweater, hat, or suit in this stunning floral spray pin Old Dutch Cleanser is offering you. It's 14-karat gold finish, so it fits right into this season's vogue for gold trimming. It's a quality piece of costume jewelry made by one of America's leading jewelers. The floral design consists of 3 flowers, 1 large and 2 small, with satin-finished petals that contrast with the brightly polished tapering stems and the green-gold effect of the leaves. The heart of each flower is set with a good-sized, brilliantly cut, simulated amethyst. It's such an up-to-the-minute style that you'll want several extra pins for gifts or bridge prizes. I'd even suggest looking ahead to the holidays, for this is a bargain hard to duplicate. This pin is worth $1, but Old Dutch is offering it to you for only 25 cents and the windmill pictures from 2 Old Dutch Cleanser labels. And this pin was made exclusively for Old Dutch Cleanser. The only way you can get it is through this offer. So hurry, send your order to Old Dutch Cleanser, Chicago, Illinois today. The offer is good only in the United States. Remember, Old Dutch Cleanser is economical to use because it goes so far. Order a supply from your grocer today. This is Russ Young speaking for Old Dutch Cleanser. And by the way, remember, beginning next Monday, September 25th, Bachelor's Children will be broadcast at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and 8:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. Listen for another chapter in the story of Bachelor's Children at this same time tomorrow. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Nine o'clock at WJSV, Washington.
The bakers of Slow Bake Wonder Bread and Hostess Cakes present Pretty Kitty Kelly. Michael Conway, Kitty's former sweetheart, now her lawyer, is working with might and main to prove Kitty innocent of the murder of Mademoiselle Helene Dupin. It is Michael's theory that the two foreign agents, Colonel Oroscani and Aristide Leon, are the real culprits. That the murder was only another of their schemes to prevent ratification of the treaty between the United States and the Argentine, which Kitty's fiancé brought to America. Meanwhile, the success or failure of Kitty's defense seems to hinge on the gun with which Mademoiselle Dupin was shot. The police have traced it to a gangster, Fred Lutman. But through Lutman's sweetheart, Irene Egan, Kitty and Michael have learned that Lutman sold the gun to a 6th Avenue pawnbroker named Henry Glicker. Exactly what use Mike will make of the information has yet to be learned.
Want to make your children happy? Of course you do. Then listen, I'll tell you one sure way. One of the biggest moments in a child's day is when he opens his lunchbox at noontime. He's hungry, and he's looking forward to good things to eat. So the more delicious, the more appetizing you can make his sandwiches, the more he's going to enjoy them. And now, here's how you can make your sandwiches the best ever. Simply use slow-baked Wonder Bread. For you see, Wonder Bread is better for sandwiches in 4 ways. First of all, Wonder Bread stays fresh. After you make your children's sandwiches, every slice of Wonder Bread will stay moist and tender right up to the moment your hungry children sail into them. And then, Wonder Bread tastes really grand, too. Its fresh-baked goodness will bring out the full flavor of your tempting sandwich fillings. And what's more, Wonder Bread's close-knit texture holds your filling in the center of each sandwich, stops it from leaking through onto hands and clothes. And most important of all, Wonder Bread is a splendid energy food for growing children. Besides, because it's slow-baked, Wonder Bread is quickly and more completely digestible. In fact, Wonder Bread is the one best bread you can buy for making sandwiches. And that's why your children will love Wonder Bread sandwiches. So when you prepare their lunches, make their sandwiches with slow-baked Wonder Bread. For better sandwiches tomorrow, get Wonder Bread today.
Now back to Kitty's story. Our scene is the living room of our 31st Street apartment. The time is early evening. Kitty's aunt and uncle, the Welbys, are deep in conversation. While curled up in one corner of the couch, deeply engrossed in a book, is 10-year-old Billy Wilson, Bunny's little brother. He is totally oblivious of their discussion.
Well, Do you think we should do anything, Edward?
It may have been just an oversight, Phyllis. I rather fancy this week has been something of a problem for Mr. Bowes, too.
Well, should we tell Kathleen?
I think Kathleen has enough to worry about. The check may simply have been delayed. We'll wait a day or two before saying anything.
It always arrives today, and I take it to the bank.
Well, as I say, Bowes has his problems, too.
Edward, you don't suppose he's stopped Kathleen's salary, do you?
Well, for all our sakes, I rather hope not, Phyllis. I think he would have told Kathleen, let it go for a day or two. If it hasn't come, we'll look into it then.
Oh, it'd be a terrible blow. I don't know what we'd do.
What's all that clatter about?
Hey, let me in. I'll get it, Mr. Welby. It's funny.
Sit still, Billy. I'll let her in.
Hello, Mr. Welby. Where's Billy?
Oh, he's here.
What do you want, Bunny? Look at here. We've been subpoenaed.
What?
Yeah, we got to appear as witnesses at Kitty's trial. The fellow asked the papers, and I got one for you, too, Billy.
Sure, I know, Bunny. Mike told me I was going to be a witness.
Oh, but this is the other side. It ain't Mike Conway. These are from the district attorney's office. The fellow that brought them told me. He was just up to my apartment. He left me yours, too, Billy. I told him I might as well take it.
The state? You mean the prosecution wants you to testify? But what about, Bunny?
I don't know, Mr. Welby. I ain't got any idea.
I think as Kathleen's lawyer, Michael should be told about this.
Oh, I'm going to. He's coming up here. He wants to see Billy.
Oh, I'll bet you he wants to find out if I remembered that telephone number. The one that the pad dame called that afternoon. And I can't.
Why not? You got the plaza part of it in 3. Plaza 3. Why can't you remember the rest?
Gee, Bunny, I've been trying to. I've been thinking so hard I'm almost dizzy.
Bunny, he'll never remember it that way. It'll just come to him, or he'll never remember it at all.
I'm thinking about it even while I'm reading, Bunny.
Oh, the heck you are. You're thinking about that book. You got your nose glued to it.
Well, one can hardly blame him, Bunny. It's one of those sex rumor thrillers. I came across it in a second-hand bookshop today and bought it for him. I'm going to read it myself. What's the name of it, Billy?
Batwing.
Ah, yes, Batwing.
And is it swell? You want to read it too, Bunny.
Oh, go on and read it.
Oh, sit down, Bunny. Is Michael going to stop in here?
No, I think so. Oh, jeepers, that could hardly be him already. Oh, hello, Johnson.
Hello, Miss Wilson. Mr. Welby.
I'm here, Johnson. What is it? Anything wrong?
You busy, Mr. Welby?
No. What is it?
Well, the fella come just now and he gave me paper. I got it right here. Looks like law business. You tell me what it is, please, sir.
Oh, you got subpoenaed, too.
What you say, Miss Wilson?
You've been subpoenaed. You have to appear in court for Kitty's trial.
Oh, I fancy Miss Wilson's right, Johnson.
Sure, Billy and me got him, too. We got to be there.
Oh, yumpin' yiminy. I don't want to go get Miss Kelly in more trouble. No, they want me to tell you about that gun.
Oh, no, keep still, Billy. You just be there next Monday at 9:30, Johnson, that's all, or they'll send the paddy wagon after you.
Well, how long I got to stay here?
Oh, I guess till they've heard what you got to say. They got to pick a jury and everything, and it'll probably take a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks? Yumpin' yiminy. What about my job here?
Well, you better tell your boss that you got to go to court so he lets you off. He has to do it, too. That's the law. Cheapers, it'll be a regular vacation for you.
A vacation? I don't know. I guess I got to get me lawyer fella and tell me what to do.
You don't need a lawyer. All you have to do is go to court and testify. It tells you there in the paper where to go.
Miss Wilson's right, Johnson. We're going to court on Monday. You can come along with us if you like.
Well, sure, come with us. We're all in the same boat. Or maybe that's Mike now.
Well, you got company coming. Hey, go back downstairs.
Very well, Johnson.
Oh, Mr. Mack.
Hello, Shirley.
Mr. Bowes.
Hello, Miss Wilson.
Oh, Edward, it's Mr. Bowes.
Yes, I heard, Billy.
You've been a stranger. Where you been?
We want to see Mr. and Mrs. Welby. Are they here?
Yeah, come on in.
Come in. How do you do? Sit down, both of you.
Billy, get your feet off the couch.
Okay.
Well, I suppose you're just as worried about Kathleen as we are, Mr. Bowes.
Yes, Mrs. Welby. I sincerely hope she gets out of this.
Yeah, we were down to the clink trying to see her, but they wouldn't let us in. Now, Artie here figured we'd better tell you folks so that you could tip off Kitty. I'm afraid we got some kind of bad news for Kitty.
Bad news?
Yeah, I made Artie come along so he could tell you his side of it, and then I'll try to tell you what I think.
Yes, Mr. Burroughs?
Well, I didn't send Kitty her check for this last week.
Yes, we know.
I hate to do this.
Oh, come on now, Artie. It ain't your fault. You can't help it. The whole trouble is, folks, Artie's canceling Kitty's contract.
He's what?
Yeah, now he's perfectly within his rights. There's a clause in it that says that, Kitty has to be a good girl, you know.
Mr. Bowes, Kathleen hasn't done anything. You surely don't think she murdered anyone?
Mrs. Welby, I haven't had a chance to do any thinking. Between the show and the police, I don't know where I've been. It's not myself. I'm not doing this. But a show like mine requires a big investment. I've got almost $100,000 tied up in that show, and now it's a dead loss.
I see.
This business has ruined Kitty as a personality. We might all just as well admit it.
Oh, no, I don't think that's so, Artie.
What can you do with her, Max? No reputable producer will touch anybody that's been mixed up in a murder case.
Well, if she comes out of this with clean skirts, what's the matter with her? I tell you, you're wrong, Artie. I'll sell her again. I'm only sorry that you dropped all that jack.
Mr. Burroughs.
Yes, Mr. Welby.
I want you to know that we think you've been very kind to Kathleen. You've paid her a great deal of money. And I think Kathleen would be the first to admit you've had very little return for it.
Oh, no, Mr. Welby, no. I don't want you to get me wrong. Just having Kitty under contracts had a big publicity value. But I've got a nut of about $100,000 in this show of mine, and I was depending on Kitty to put it over. No, it's impossible.
Yes,
I hate to take advantage of Kitty on a technicality, but I've got fellas on my back, too.
Well, there's nothing we can do about the contract, folks, but I don't want you to take Artie seriously about this trouble ruining Kitty's career. She beats this murder rap, and I'll get her work, and I'll sue Artie for the rest of her dough under the contract.
Oh, Mr. Max.
Oh, Artie knows it. We talked it all over. I didn't know a darn thing about it till Artie telephones me long distance. I was up fishing in the wilderness. And I grabs me a newspaper, reads the story, and nearly have a hemorrhage. Now, what's the situation? What are you doing for the girl? You got a good lawyer?
Young Conway is defending Kathleen.
Young Conway?
Yes.
I thought she gave him the air and went for that patent leather shake, Ramen Serrano.
Oh, it's too long a story to explain, Mr. Max.
Nothing's too long. That's what I'm here for, to see what I can do. Remember, that little girl is my bread and butter, too. I'm getting 10%, 39 weeks now.
Well, that may be young Conway now.
Oh, I'll be doing that, Mr. Welby.
He's a lawyer, huh? Is he any good? She's got to have a good man, you know.
Hello, Bunny.
Oh, hello, Mike.
Hello, buddy. Hello, Conway.
I'm Maxie Hartshorn.
Yours truly. You know Artie Bowes, too, don't you?
Hello, Mr. Bowes.
I just came over to see what I can do for Kitty. We got to get her out of this, you know. We can't spare the horses.
Well, we're going to do our best, anyhow.
Hey, listen, you got to get her off. You got to. Did she really shoot the dame?
Oh, of course not.
Well, then it ought to be a cinch. Now, here's
Did
what
you want to see me, Mike?
Huh? Listen, little fella, we got important things to talk about here. You go on back and read.
Wait a minute now, Maxie. Wait a minute. Billy's one of our most important witnesses. He's going to help get Kitty acquitted.
Oh, he is he?
Yeah.
Well, now, listen, little fella. When they ask you if Kitty did it, just say no. Say no, you understand? I'll be in the courtroom, too, see? We'll work out a system. If I hold up my right hand like this, just look at it, see? You say yes. If it's my left hand, the other one, just say no.
Wait a minute, Maxie.
What do you mean, wait? What do you mean, wait? Listen, Conway, you've got to beat this rap. Just let me hear you say once that you will.
Sure, we're going to beat it, Maxie.
That's better, right?
Keep still for a minute, Maxie.
Okay.
Lansing and the FBI are still trying to run down Oriskany and Leon.
Time's getting short.
I know, but they're doing their best, Mr. Welby.
How about that pawnbroker? Get anything out of him?
No, haven't located him yet, Mr. Welby. They say over at his shop that he's away on his vacation. Then I called him at the place he's supposed to be, but they say they can't reach him.
Hey, wait a minute. What is all this? What's it all about?
Oriskany and Leon are a couple of foreign spies.
Uh-huh.
And I think they're responsible for the murder.
I get it.
The government's helping us run them down. Now, this pawnbroker's a new angle.
Yeah?
He sold the gun to whoever shot Mademoiselle Dupin.
Hey, wait a minute. This pawnbroker.
Yeah?
His name ain't Glicker. Is it an old guy?
I don't know what he looks like, but that's his name, all right.
I've been fishing with him for the last week.
You bet.
Yeah, he's up in the Catskill Mountains. And he knows about that gun, too.
What?
He can tell you all about it. He was going to tell me, but I had to catch a train, and I couldn't wait. I'm supposed to call him up. Hey, where's your phone?
Bread's the most familiar food on your table. Make it the best, too. Serve delicious slow-baked Wonder Bread with every meal. Wonder Bread is the one best bread you can buy, and the bakers of no other bread in the country can offer such convincing proof of this fact. Listen, to date, over 500,000 women have compared all good breads at their food markets. In fair impartial tests, they've looked for the bread with the finest texture, the bread with the most appealing aroma, and the bread with the most delicious flavor. And this is what's happened. 9 out of every 10 women have chosen Wonder Bread above all others. So today, see if you don't agree that Wonder Bread is the one best bread you can buy. Try a loaf of slow-baked Wonder Bread.
Will Mr. Mack's sudden appearance and his knowledge of liquor save Kitty? To whom did the pawnbroker sell the gun that shot Mademoiselle Dupin? Tomorrow, be sure to hear the next episode in the thrilling life story of the beautiful golden-haired Irish girl, Pretty Kitty Kelly.
Daylight saving time ends Sunday, September 24th. If your community has been on standard time right along, this program will reach you 1 hour later, starting next Monday. Otherwise, tune in next week as usual. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present a transcribed announcement.
Here's the story of the 1940 cars in a nutshell.
Best Bets Buick.
See your nearest Buick dealer for complete details.
WJSV, Washington. Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box presents Mert and Marge. The theater and the world of life, and the story of two women who seek fame in the one and contentment in the other. Brought to you by the makers of Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box. But first, let's listen in on a conversation.
Say, Margie, when I passed Nell's house this morning, there were several women on her back porch.
Oh, Myrtle. Then today's the day Nell is proving it.
Proving what, Margie?
Proving that her old washing machine can wash clothes just as white and bright as the newer machines her neighbors own. You see, Myrtle, I introduced Nell to Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box because she blamed her dull, dingy washes on her old washing machine. But now she knows that the lazy soap she used caused all the trouble. My, but she's proud of the washes Concentrated Super Suds gives her. She says they're the whitest and brightest in the whole neighborhood.
Oh, I'm sure they are, because Concentrated Super Suds is guaranteed best. Guaranteed to give better results than any make of washing machine. And for tub washing, too.
Yes, and remember, Mert, Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box is made with Pyrene, a new wonder-working soap ingredient that gives Concentrated Super Suds far greater washing power and enables it to give you 5 great wash day advantages. More suds, whiter, quicker, safer washes with far less work.
And friends, surely you want whiter, brighter clothes. The kind Concentrated Super Suds turns out every wash day, whether you use tub or washing machine. So make your next wash day the easiest and most successful ever. Use Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box, the soap guaranteed best in tub or machine. Listen for Concentrated Super Suds guarantee, which Dell will explain following today's program.
Mert and Marge. Mert and Marge have returned to New York and have started work on the Miramar Theater Group project with Brellerton White. Mert, anxious to see their new work absorbing Marge's interest so that she may forget Lee Kirby, is delighted with the speed with which White has worked. But yesterday, Clarence told Marge about White's strange carelessness in paying a personal tailor's bill from the theater bank account. A bit of information which made Marge thoughtful. Today, we must go to the 49th Street Theater to find the girls. As we enter the stage door alley, we find Clarence alone and, believing himself unobserved, pacing up and down in a curious frenzy.
Perfectly ridiculous for me to feel so timid about it. There's no reason why I shouldn't ask them to give me a chance at it. It'd certainly be better than some of those hams they've been hearing. I could do it beautifully. I know I could. Bella. Bella. No matter what happens, I shall always adore you.
Well, Clarence, having a good time?
Oh, hello, Bella. I mean, Jimmy. How are you?
Not practicing up for another lecture, are you?
Oh, no, nothing like that. Just talking to myself about something.
Oh, it's a bad habit, Clarence. It indicates insanity.
Huh? Oh, no, it doesn't, Jimmy.
Especially when you make strange gestures.
No, that's an exploded theory.
Well, I hope you're right for your sake.
So do I.
Myrtle and Margie still inside?
Yes, oh, yes, indeed.
What's going on?
Oh, tryouts. They're picking the rest of the cast.
Well, do you think it's okay for me to go on in?
Oh, sure. We're taking a short breathing spell at the moment, giving the next fellow a little extra time to study the scene he's to read. Go right on in.
Okay, thanks. Oh, Myrtle.
Jimmy Kent, when did you get here?
Just this minute. Not interrupting anything, am I?
Oh, not a bit. We're almost through. Just one more actor to audition. Stick around.
I intend to. Where's Margie?
Sitting out front. Going to stay in town for dinner, Jimmy?
Oh, longer than that.
Yeah?
I told you I wasn't going to stay out in Old Port this winter, so here I am.
You didn't let any grass grow under your feet, did you? But, Jimmy, what did you do about that thing?
Good afternoon, Kent. Glad to see you. Put it right here.
Hello, Mr. White. How are you?
Oh, here now. None of that mister stuff. Brelly to you, my boy. Just plain Brelly. Well, thought you'd drop in and see if your 5,000 is producing any action, did you?
Hey, Brellerton.
What's the matter?
Don't say anything about Jimmy's money. I told you that.
Oh, yes, I know. But Margie can't possibly hear us.
Somebody else might. The rest of the cast knows he's one of our backers. Margie will hear about it. Actors don't keep secrets.
Oh, well, nobody heard me. But we're getting things in fine shape, Jimmy. Yes, sir. Thanks to that check of yours, we're off to a quick start. Listen, you're not going to regret this little investment, not for a single minute.
I'm sure I won't. But I think Myrtle's right. As long as there are any others around, let's pretend I have no connection with you or the company.
Sure. But you rest assured, as a friend of Myrtle's, you're always welcome around the theater, or should I say, as a friend of Marge's.
Okay, Brelly, let's skip it.
Oh, anytime you want to drop up to my place, just come along and see how things are going. Come right ahead. Always glad to answer any questions.
Right.
Say, wait a minute. What's Ross holding this up for, anyhow? Why doesn't he tell this next guy to go ahead? I want to get out of here before 5.
You can't expect a man to read a part until he knows what the character's about, Brad.
I know, but I've got other things to do, Myrtle. I can't waste all day just hearing actors.
Now, Bee, there's nothing more important than casting. Better let Ken run this his own way.
Oh, I'll be tactful, Mert, but I crave action.
And he's going to get action regardless, eh, Myrtle?
Greatest little fellow on earth for getting things done I've ever seen. Oh, wish I had more experience in lying, Jimmy. I feel like a guilty school kid every time Margie asks about the financial setup.
Oh, I know. How is she, Myrtle? Pepped up about this now that it's actually started?
Yes, Jimmy, not quite the way she used to be about a new show, but she will be before long, I'm sure.
Beginning to forget about Lee a little?
Well, coming back to the Summer Hotel didn't help any.
Yeah, I thought of that after you left the other day.
But she's found a new apartment for us, and we'll be moving about the 1st. That'll help a lot.
Sure. And a few more days around the theater like this.
Dr. Romero was right, Jimmy. This is exactly what she needed.
Oh, Myrtle, we're ready for you.
Okay, Brellerton. Here I go, Jimmy. I've got to run through the scene again with this new fellow. Go on up with Margie, why don't you?
Okay, where is she?
She's sitting out front in the back row. Go right through that door behind the switchboard.
Right.
Oh, Ken, I'll take the last speech on the preceding page. It'll bring him in better.
Mind if I join you, Margie?
Why, Jimmy, where did you come from?
Oh, I just wandered in. Thought I'd like to see how the Murmur Theater group's progressing.
Oh, it's progressing all right. Or was until just a few minutes ago. We've got all the cast except this one part.
Is it all right to talk here?
Oh, Jimmy, perhaps you better go out in the lobby.
Oh, sure.
Why are you standing there like a stick?
Oh, now, we can talk all we want to out here.
Yes. Now, what are you in town for?
Oh, I'm an old New Yorker now. This is my home.
Are you serious?
It's a fact. The great metropolis just couldn't get along without me any longer.
What are you talking about?
Remember that meeting at the factory I had to go to the day you folks left Oldport?
Yes, of course.
Oh, that was an extremely important meeting for me. It changed my life completely, uprooted me, and cast me forth upon the broader seas of business.
Well, come on, tell me, won't you?
Well, the management board of J.W. Kent and Company has, in its infinite wisdom, seen fit to appoint Mr. J.W. Kent II as a special sales representative for the metropolitan area. So, effective today, I'm attached to the New York sales office.
But Jimmy, I didn't know you had a New York office.
Oh, absolutely. Corner of Madison Avenue and 44th Street. It hasn't had a very spectacular record of success. That's why they sent me here to sort of stir things up a bit.
Oh, putting it right up to you, are they?
Yeah, local boy must make good if he wants to stay here. And he does.
Well, did you know they were thinking of sending you here?
Well, it's been in the wind for some time. It's an old Kent maxim, never count your chickens before they've hatched. Very original. Been in the family for years.
Oh, you crazy. When are you moving in?
I have already. I'm now installed in a very comfortable room at the Yale Club, a permanent part of the local scenery. Oh, which brings up a point.
Yes?
Well, you may not realize it, but I'm practically a stranger here in town. So I shall need help, solace, guidance, and companionship until I know my way around.
Having come into New York only about twice every week since your earliest childhood, you don't know your way around at all.
Exactly. Hey, look, they're all through.
Oh, we better go back inside.
Let me get the door for you.
Thanks. Oh, seems as though they're going to give him the part, Jimmy. Ken Ross is going over to talk to him. I guess he's in.
Okay, everybody, that's all for today. Be sure to see Mr. Ross before you leave, though. Okay.
Come on, Jimmy.
All right.
Say, Margie.
Yes?
Margie, I almost forgot. I want you and Myrtle to save tonight for me. You haven't made any plans, have you?
Oh, no.
Well, she was just about to, though. She didn't know it, but she was.
Huh? Oh, that's all right, my boy. We can let you in on this, too. You see, I've got a new penthouse apartment that needs a bit of housewarming, and I'm asking all the cast up tonight.
A penthouse?
Yeah. Is it okay, Margie? Can you come up?
Well, yes, of course. Where is it?
I gave Myrtle the address a few minutes ago. Can't get a cast completed in a penthouse all in one day without doing something to celebrate, can we? Wait till you see the night view you get from my terrace. 38th floor, and the city spread out like a map.
What a man. Bing, bing, bing.
So he's moved into a penthouse apartment already.
Why do you say it that way?
Jimmy, I'm probably being very silly, but I don't like that man.
Why not?
I don't know exactly, but I don't trust him.
Well, why, Margie?
I don't know, but I'm very glad I didn't let you give him any of your money, Jimmy. He works too fast to suit me.
Are Mert and Jimmy wrong about Bellerton White? And is Margie right? Or is her feeling simply the result of the disillusionment Lee Kirby caused? Will she have reason to change her mind about him at the penthouse party tonight? And can White keep Mert's and Jimmy's secret from her? Don't miss tomorrow's episode. And now, Margie?
You know, friends, It's only natural for us women to envy others who have more modern conveniences than we have. The very latest washing machine, for example. But there's one consolation. Thanks to concentrated super suds, the wash that we hang on the line will be just as white and bright as anybody's. Because, you see, concentrated super suds in the blue box washes clothes a gleaming, brilliant white in any type of washing machine, and in tubs, too. Yes, this amazing new soap, concentrated super suds, gives layer upon layer of rich, energetic suds. Suds that soak dirt-free in as little as 10 minutes. That's why you get cleaner, whiter clothes in less time with less work.
We're so sure concentrated super suds in the blue box is the finest soap you have ever used that we make this guarantee. Get a package and test it against any other soap. If you don't agree, concentrated super suds gives better results. Just mail the empty carton to Concentrated Super Suds, Jersey City, New Jersey. Colgate Palmolive Peat Company will send you double your money back. Won't you join Mert and Marge at the same time tomorrow? Hilltop House is on the air in 30 seconds. The story of one woman's devotion to the children in her care and her fight for their happiness. Keep tuned in to Hilltop House. Hair helps a woman look younger when its natural brilliance is revealed by amazing Halo shampoo. See your hair gleam with new luster and allure, for Halo shampoo gives youthful sparkle and manageability even to dry hair with no scalp irritation. Hair gains lustrous radiance without use of lemon or vinegar rinse because Halo's rich lather contains no soap. Buy Halo shampoo, H-A-L-O, in generous 10-cent or larger economical sizes at any cosmetic counter. Daylight saving time ends Sunday, September 24th. If your community has been on standard time right along, this program will reach you 1 hour later, starting next Monday. Otherwise, tune in next week as usual. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 9:30, WJSV, Washington. Palmolive's Hilltop House, dedicated to the women of America. The story of a woman who must choose between love and the career of raising other women's children. Presented by Palmolive, the beauty soap made with gentle olive oil, and starring Bess Johnson.
Tell me, are you always beautifully fresh, immaculately dainty when your husband comes home for dinner? I hope you are. Remember, your husband works hard all day. He's tired and exhausted when he reaches home. Then, if he finds you looking sweet and fresh and dainty, it makes home seem like heaven. But if you're careless, if you let perspiration spoil your attractiveness, you can't expect him to feel quite the same way about home. So be a wise wife. Tonight and every night, take just a few minutes for a Palmolive beauty bath. Just draw your warm water, slip off your clothes, step into that tub and relax. Let the fresh water and Palmolive's rich, creamy lather touch and soothe every part of your body. Then cleanse your skin very thoroughly with Palmolive. A quick rinse, step out, pat yourself dry, then just see how fresh and clean you are, how soft and smooth and lovely all your skin looks. For you see, Palmolive helps your skin look lovelier because Palmolive is a true beauty soap. It gets its lovely, fresh green color because it's made with olive and palm oils, nature's finest beauty aids. And naturally, that makes Palmolive's lather really different. Extra kind and gentle to your skin. That's why Palmolive cleanses thoroughly and yet so gently that it helps keep your skin softer, smoother, more alive with beauty. So begin to take Palmolive beauty baths this very night.
And now for our story of Hilltop House. Though Captain John Barry's sister-in-law, Gwen, has been in Glendale for only a few days, her presence has caused a noticeable change in John. He has become moody and restless, and Bess can't help seeing how disturbed he is. But John has steadfastly refused to tell Bess anything about his sister-in-law. We know he hates the woman, holds her responsible for his brother's death. Despite the fact that Gwen married his brother, we know that she was once in love with John. But it's evening now, and our scene is at Hilltop House. Bess is in the living room with John, and in the study we find the Adair twins. Jean is engrossed in a book and doesn't hear Jerry as he calls.
Jean. Hey, Toots.
What is it?
Did you take down the history notes?
What?
What's that book you're studying so hard?
What? So what do you want, Jerry?
You're not studying. What's that book?
That's entirely my own concern. Now, what was it you wanted to know about the history notes?
Let me see that book.
Give it back to me. Give it back this minute, Jerry.
Another love story.
You put that book down, Jerry Adair.
How can you read this? It's nothing but silly mush.
I want that book. It belongs to me.
Oh, don't brag about it. I got a peek at the last one you were reading.
Will you give it to
full
me?
Of Angela, my love, open up your heart to me.
Jerry!
And this
it
one...
It was not. Now, will you stop acting like an infant?
Look at who's talking. If I'm an infant, don't forget we're twins, and that makes you an infant, too.
I don't care to get into a discussion with you. Now, will you give me back that book, please?
Yeah, after I've read a little of it. He looked into her limpid blue eyes. Woo!
Jerry, if you don't give me that book this very minute, I'll tell Miss Beth. That's what I'll do.
Oh, no, you won't. You wouldn't dare tell Miss Beth you were reading this kind of junk.
You'll be sorry, Jerry Adair. I'll never forgive you for doing this to me. I'll never help you with your French again.
Oh, I don't care what you're doing.
That's all. You just wait.
Oh, gee. What's going on in here?
Miss Beth, will you please make Jerry give me back my book? He snatched it right out of my hand.
It's one of those mushy love stories. I don't care what kind of a book it is. It's Jean's, and you had no right to snatch it from her. Now give it back, please. All right. You were teasing Jean because she was reading a love story? Well, she's always reading them.
I am not.
Come here, Jerry. Yes? Jerry, I've always found that people ridicule things they don't understand. And from time to time, I've heard you poking fun at the mere mention of the word love. I know it's because you're a little too young to understand it. But Jean's the same age as me.
Girls are a lot older for their age than boys.
Well, Jean, you might say girls are a little more emotionally mature than boys at the same age. But great golly, Miss Beth, does Jean have to read these silly love stories?
They're not silly. This is just a romantic novel. It's Graustark.
Well, I read that a long time ago and enjoyed it. You didn't, Miss Bess. Sure I did. You know, Jerry, one day you'll find yourself in love. Well, not me. None of that stuff for me.
Oh, no? What about Suzanne Gray?
What's she got to do with this? Well, twins, the subject of love is something we could go on talking about for days and days. I want you to think about this, Jerry. Love is the greatest and finest emotion that can come into anyone's life. Without it, life can be very empty. If you love someone very deeply, it can change your whole outlook on life. Love should be a sacred thing, Jerry. And that's why I don't like to see you poking fun at it. Gee. Gosh, I wasn't poking fun at it. I was just teasing Jean about the love stories she reads. Well, that's something I'll discuss with Jean alone. Yeah. Well, I guess I'll kind of go upstairs and get ready for bed, huh? All right, fella. I'm sorry I teased you, Jean. But I still think some of the stories you read are silly. Good night.
Oh, I guess boys just don't understand, Miss Bess.
Well, Jeannie, sweet, I agree with Jerry on one point. Some of the books you've been reading lately are sort of silly. Oh, not this one. I approve of Graustark. But you see, honey, every book you read needn't be a love story.
Well, I don't read them only because they're romantic. They're interesting.
Well, there are other types of books which are very interesting. Now take biographies, for instance. You might try reading some of them. You'll find they have a lot of substance because, the people in them are real, alive. And you know their love stories really happened.
Uh-huh.
I'll be glad to help you select some of your books.
All right, Miss Bess.
It's a good idea to train your tastes in reading, Jeannie, so it'll help develop your character instead of just letting the books you read entertain you.
I see what you mean.
Darling, don't look so serious, honey. Certainly I want you to read some books for entertainment and relaxation. But I also want you to read some of the other kind, too. Sort of, mix them up. You know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Now, isn't it about time for you to go to bed?
I guess so. I'm sorry Jerry and I disturbed you and Captain John.
Oh, it's perfectly all right. I'll explain.
Good night.
Good night, dear.
Still here, Bess.
I'm sorry I had to be away so long, John.
Oh, that's all right. Peace in the family again?
Mm-hmm. Jerry was teasing Jean about reading love stories.
Oh. Well, if I recall rightly, I used to tease a pretty young aunt of mine about the same thing years and years ago.
I don't believe you.
What's that?
I don't believe that it was years and years and years ago.
Oh, Bess, while you were out, I just happened to remember. There's one thing in particular I want to speak about.
What is it, darling?
Gwen came to see me this afternoon. She wants to bring her son to Glendale to live with me.
She has a son?
Yes. Roy's about 11 years old.
Oh.
I don't know him at all. After my brother died, I left America, and I was away for a long time. But when I did return, I tried to see the boy. Gwen wouldn't permit it. She thought I'd try and get him away from her.
Oh.
Well, I'm naturally interested in the boy. After all, he is my nephew. But I've heard from his teachers that he's very pampered and spoiled, quite a snob. I'm disturbed about him, Bess.
His mother spoiled him?
Yes. She neglected Roy till he was 5. He never knew he had a mother till that time. Now the boy really is a problem.
But does Mrs. Barry realize what she's done, what she's doing to her son?
Oh, I doubt it. That's why her proposition startled me. Why in the world should she want Roy to come and live with me now?
Well, perhaps in spite of what you think of her, John, she feels the boy's got out of hand. And it's quite natural for her to come to you for help.
I'd like to believe that. For the boy's sake, I'd like to help him. I know he must have some stuff in him. It just has to be brought out. And I was thinking, too, Bess, you know a great deal about children. You'd be able to help, that is, if I agreed to take him.
Oh, I don't see why you shouldn't try it. Roy would have company. Lenny's about his age.
Well, it might be worth a try, but we're forgetting one thing.
What's that, darling?
What about us? When are we going to get married?
That's for you to decide, John.
I want us to be married soon, Bess. How about next month?
Well, no, dear. That's a little too soon. Perhaps around Christmas.
Fine. That's only 3 months away.
Mm-hmm. And that'll give me plenty of time to make arrangements.
But, Bess, how will this affect Roy?
Well, it needn't affect him at all for the present, John. Maybe 3 months with you will be all you'll need to set him straight. Children of 11 are very impressionable.
Well, as far as the boy himself is concerned, I'd be willing to do it. But his mother, I don't trust Gwen. I never will.
Darling.
Yes?
I don't know what you have against Gwen Barry, and I don't care to know. But I don't think you should let your opinion of her turn you against her son. That isn't being quite fair. Now, is it, John?
You're right, Bess. I'll tell Gwen that Roy may come and live with me for the next 3 months. But I wonder if I'm not letting myself in for a lot of trouble. Was John wise to accept Bess's sincere and well-meant advice? After all, he knows the type of woman Gwen is. Should John risk his own happiness and Bess's to help Gwen's son? In just a moment, we'll look ahead to tomorrow's chapter of Palm Olive's Hilltop House.
Mother, have you a child who's back in school this fall? If you have, you'll want that child's skin to have special care to make up for those drying hours spent indoors in heated schoolrooms. And the very finest care you could select for your child's skin is frequent cleansing with palm olive soap. Remember Dr. Defoe, world-famous doctor to the lovely Dion Quinns, knew just how good palm olive was when he selected it for them. Here's what he said, quote, "At the time of the birth of the Dion quintuplets, and for some time afterward, they were bathed in olive oil. When the time arrived for soap and water baths, we selected palm olive soap exclusively for bathing these famous babies," unquote. Now, of course, the reason why Dr. Defoe selected palm olive soap exclusively was because he decided that only palm olive, made with olive and palm oils, was gentle enough, kind enough, safe enough for the tender skin of the Dion Quinns. And, Mother, your own child needs this same gentle care. So get palm olive soap for all your family. And don't you want to use palm olive for your own complexion, too? Let palm olive help keep your skin soft and fresh and lovely as your baby's.
Tomorrow, John Barry will tell Steve Cortland,
I'll not let Gwen interfere with my life. The moment I learn she's making trouble for either Bess or me, I'll put a stop to it.
Be sure to listen to Palm Olive's Hilltop House tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday. Daylight saving time ends Sunday, September 24th. If your community has been on standard time right along, this program will reach you 1 hour later, starting next Monday. Otherwise, tune in next week as usual. And now, Palm Olive wishes you a pleasant good day. Your announcer is Frank Gallup. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Keep your dials tuned to this same station for another exciting drama, the story of Kay Fairchild, Stepmother. WJSV, Washington.
Can a stepmother successfully raise another woman's children? Colgate Tooth Powder presents the real-life story of Kay Fairchild, a stepmother who tries. Have you ever wondered why we went to the trouble and expense of creating Colgate Tooth Powder, an all-purpose tooth powder that would do more than just clean teeth? Well, the reason is simple. After months of study, asking the public what they wanted the tooth powder to do, scientists discovered that many people wanted it to polish teeth. Others wanted it to guard against unpleasant breath. Still another group wanted the tooth powder for safe gum massage. So it was decided to make one tooth powder that would do everything. And that's what you get today in Colgate Tooth Powder, a special all-purpose formula that works in all three necessary ways: to brighten teeth, to sweeten breath, and to act as a safe massage for your gums. So now, instead of buying different kinds of tooth powder or paste to do these things, you need only Colgate all-purpose tooth powder. And even one brushing with this remarkable Colgate tooth powder will show you how brilliant and naturally sparkling it leaves your teeth, how sweet it leaves your breath, and how pleasant and safe it is for gum massage. You'll be especially pleased with the fast way Colgate tooth powder brightens your teeth. And then, of course, your smile will radiate new charm. Most amazing, so you can try Colgate tooth powder and prove these claims for yourself, we offer it at bargain prices in a wonderful 1-cent sale. Now, just buy one giant size at regular 35-cent price. And then drug and department stores also give you a large-size Colgate tooth powder for only 1 cent extra. But now, Colgate tooth powder presents Kay Fairchild, Stepmother. Well, yesterday, after getting that sanitarium clue from Mrs. Jones, Kay and John wondered what Mrs. Clark could be up to, and they were more worried than ever for Anne up at Mrs. Clark's country lodge, believing she is not ill. They were certain, too, that Mrs. Clark is planning to revenge herself upon them. So they decided to make one last appeal to Peg to get her mother away from Mrs. Clark's influence. Well, meantime, Mrs. Clark made plans to visit the strange place where she intends to lure Anne for some diabolical purpose that will somehow ruin Kay and John. Well, our scene opens today, shortly after Peg has arrived at the Fairchild house for the talk with her father. Kay and Mother Fairchild are sitting there with John. Listen.
Yes, Dad. Naturally, I'm wondering why you wanted to see me.
Well, obviously, it concerns this whole matter.
I'm sure you understand, Peg, about the danger your mother is in. Being at Mrs. Clark's lodge, thinking she's well when she is actually so ill.
And Peg, child, you must see that Mrs. Clark is out for no good purpose whatsoever.
Oh, so that's it, huh?
Child, don't say it that way.
Peg, dear, you certainly must see we've bent over backwards trying to be fair.
And to work things out with the least possible amount of hurt to everyone.
I'm sorry, but how can I think that when this trick came up of Dr. Evans telling Mother she was so seriously ill and that she'd have to go to a sanitarium?
Oh, Peg, are you still letting Mrs. Clark convince you that Dr. Evans was wrong and that fake specialist of hers was right about your mother?
Dad, since you and Kay are bringing this all out into the open, isn't it a fact that, well, there might have been a good reason for getting Dr. Evans to tell Mother that?
Oh, what is there to say?
Peg, darling, won't you believe that neither your dad nor I have even thought of trying to keep you children from your mother or driving her away?
Much less to a sanitarium.
Oh, Dad, I'm not blaming you.
Peg, I'm really surprised at you.
So am I. I never thought I'd hear you say such a thing.
Nor did I. How you could ever believe Mrs. Clark's charge that Kay would influence me to plot such a thing is beyond me.
Well, to be frank about it, Kay, you do have a way of handling things, and you know it.
But isn't it apparent that I've done everything a woman could to be fair in this whole matter?
There's no use talking about it. Agatha Clark has gotten such a hold on Peg and her mother.
She hasn't any hold at all, Dad. It's simply that we see what we see, that's all.
But, dear, you are seeing wrong.
I don't think I am, Granny. And, Kay, if what you say is true, then why did you work it out so that Dad would try to send Mother to her cousin's farm?
I didn't work that out, Peg.
That was my idea from start to finish. Furthermore, it was the most sensible thing to be done at the moment.
I'm sorry, but I can't see it, Dad.
Peg, tell us, why can't you see it?
Yes, I'd give anything to understand that myself.
Isn't it obvious? Dad, you don't love Mother anymore. Surely you're not going to wander around Walnut Grove to interrupt your life, just as Mrs. Clark says, nor is Kay.
Oh, Peg, that's fantastic.
It's so fantastic, it's laughable.
Well, if it's fantastic or laughable, why is it that in everything you've suggested, it's been something to get Mother away from here?
Get your mother away from
here?
here?
Yes, you or Kate tried to get her to that farm. When that didn't go, this thing was worked out with Dr. Evans to send her to a sanitarium.
Peg, I just don't know what to say to you.
There's nothing to say, Dad.
But, Peg, please try and understand that your dad suggested, and I agreed that we'd support your mother. And you know we put it straight up to you and Bud without influencing you as to whom you wish to be with.
And Peg, my lands, youngster, didn't Kay in desperation finally go right into Mrs. Clark's house and tell your mother in front of Mrs. Clark that she wasn't trying to keep Bud or drive her away?
And I made it clear, Peg, that we'd work something else out with Dr. Evans so she could stay around here.
Of course. What more could we do?
Now, Peg, use your head. Stop and ask yourself that.
Oh, good grief, I don't know. But I'm sure, even if all that isn't true, that Mrs. Clark has tried to be a true friend to Mother.
Peg, that Clark woman is no more a friend to your mother than...
Peg, I see that this woman has worked on you so...
Darling, you must at least get your mother away from that woman's country lodge.
Take her to another doctor. Get his opinion.
I'd be more than happy to have you do that, Peg.
Oh, Peg, would you? I don't know as it would be necessary.
Well, it's useless. I give up.
Peg, why don't you listen to your father?
Oh, you must, honey. Your mother's life is in danger. And goodness knows what sort of trouble Mrs. Clark is planning where we are concerned.
Mrs. Clark has insisted she isn't out for any trouble.
She is, and it's obvious as anything could be.
Peg, you're making a bad mistake. There's something terrible behind all this.
Now, that's silly, Kay.
I don't know what's gotten into you, child.
Grandma, what do you expect me to do or say? Do you want me to turn against my own mother for a stepmother?
Peg, I think you've said enough.
Well, Dad, I think enough's been said all around. If you don't mind, I'm going back to Mrs. Clark. Goodbye.
Well, all right.
I never thought I'd see Peg act like that.
Neither did I.
Well, the situation just gets worse and worse.
And there's just one hope left now.
Yes, Mrs. Jones. If Mrs. Jones can only get some information that will enable us to clear up this whole situation before Mrs. Clark does move.
Or something happens with Anne.
Yes, but it appears to be even too late for that, because Mrs. Clark is wasting no time now in carrying out her scheme for using Anne to ruin Kay and John. Because right now, we find her with Carl up at that mysterious place she's arranged to visit. Listen.
I am delighted that you like our place, Mrs. Clark.
Very attractive, Mr. Birdolph, for such a different kind of sanitarium.
Thank you.
Looks like a hotel.
Making it very ideal for your little plan, madame.
Perfect, Carl. Perfect.
You understand, I am sure. The outside appearance is to quiet the fears of our, well, inmates is a rather unfitting word, huh?
Guests, perhaps, would be better.
Ah, yes. Guests. Or visitors.
Well, it looks all right. But you're sure, Mr. Birdolph, that I can depend upon you?
Mrs. Clark, for the proper fee, which, of course, we have agreed on. I am not only dependable, but I will assist you in every possible manner. Be assured.
And how can I be sure of that, my friend?
Do you not realize that I will be involving myself in this matter as much as you are?
Yes, he is right about that, madame.
Of course. Now think for a moment. I will take this woman when she arrives, hold her, swear that this Mrs. Fairchild and her husband, the mayor, gave me instructions to keep her here when she arrives.
That's true. You will be involved as much as I will.
Which is precisely why my fees are rather exorbitant.
I would say it is satisfactory, madame.
Yes, I think it is.
Excellent, excellent. Then what is your plan?
This may all take a few days to carry out.
Then you will phone this Anne Fairchild, who I understand is at your lodge not far from here?
Exactly. Now, follow me closely. I'll be posing as the new wife of this Mayor Fairchild of Walnut Grove.
To be sure, the lady you mentioned.
Yes. And I'm going to ask Anne to meet me here at this hotel for a general discussion of the entire situation I mentioned to you.
You, understood all of that, Mr. Birdolph?
Perfectly, Mr. Carl. And the story is that Mayor Fairchild and his second wife are trying to get rid of this woman by secretly luring her to such a place as this.
That is the idea, my friend.
Now, when she gets here, you are to hold her.
Hold her? Oh, yes. And she'll be told that this is a hotel?
Only so she won't be suspicious when I phone her. And when she arrives, put her in a room. Soon she will begin to complain, of course.
Yes, they all do.
And then you are to tell her that this former husband of hers and his new wife arranged all this and instructed you to hold her.
All the while treating her as though something was wrong up here.
Yes, but remember, she has a bad heart condition.
No rough treatment. Be very careful of that.
I quite understand. And eventually, when the authorities arrive to get her out.
You are to shrug your shoulders, say you had no idea. You were merely following the instructions of this Mayor Fairchild and his wife, believing there was something wrong with this woman. Get it, Mr. Burdock?
Perfectly. And you will leave those pictures of this mayor and his new wife, so I can identify them should they show up here later on.
I will leave them with the gentleman, madame.
Good. Now, just one more thing, and this is very, very important. When this Anne Fairchild gets here, she'll plead with you to get in touch with me. You see?
And should I, or should I not?
Only when I phone you. Then you finally make it appear that you are giving in and suggest that you will forward to me a letter, which this Anne is to write.
Clever. Very clever. And in that letter, she is to charge?
That this ex-husband of hers and his new wife lured her here. Is that clear?
Very clear. Consider it done, Mrs. Clark.
Well, then that is about all, is it not, madame?
I think so. Now, to carry out everything smoothly. And will I have what I've been working for so long? Will I, Carl?
There is not even a faint suspicion about it now, or any question, madame. Kay and John Fairchild will never live this down.
So that's Mrs. Clark's scheme. To lure Anne to this place, disguising her voice as Kay. And then Mr. Burdoff is to get Anne to write a letter saying that Kay and John are responsible. Well, what can Kay do to protect her family from this vicious woman? Be sure to hear what happens at this same time tomorrow, when Mrs. Jones makes a discovery that may help. And one thing more. Daylight saving time ends this week. So beginning Monday, Stepmother will be heard at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and 9:45 Central Standard Time. Now, if you've had trouble finding the right tooth powder to use, do as thousands are doing and start today using the amazing Colgate All-Purpose Tooth Powder. We urge you to do this at once because right now, drug and department stores everywhere offer Colgate tooth powder in a marvelous 1-cent sale that will save you a lot of money. Really, it's the chance of a lifetime to stock up on this astonishing new tooth powder at bargain prices. So don't miss this sensational offer. What's more, you'll be glad you tried Colgate All-Purpose Tooth Powder when you discover that it not only brightens your teeth, but also sweetens your breath and is safe for gum massage. So don't miss our thrilling 1-cent sale on this remarkable Colgate Tooth Powder. Just go to drug or department stores, buy one giant-sized can at regular 35-cent price, then pay just 1 cent extra, and your dealer will also give you the large-sized Colgate Tooth Powder. Now get your Colgate tooth powder for only 1 cent today before limited supply is gone. Now, that's what thousands are doing to win naturally sparkling teeth and a more attractive smile. And remember, Colgate tooth powder will present Stepmother again tomorrow. Same station, same time. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
10 a.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time. Here's a distinguished timepiece, the 21-jewel Boulevard President in the charmant color of natural gold, curved, streamlined, and exceptional value. WJSV, Washington.
At this time, we want to thank the Pet Milk Company for standing by while we bring you the latest news from Europe. The Mary Lee Taylor program will be heard over most of these stations immediately following the news.
Good morning, everyone. This is Bob Trout bringing you the news of Europe's war, which today is the news of Washington, D.C., where the United States Congress meets to consider the ways and means of keeping it Europe's war. In 2 hours, at the historic moment of noon Washington time, the gavels fall in the chambers of Senate and House, and the 76th Congress will be in special session assembled. Come at the call of the President to take up the matter of how to be neutral with the old world in flames. When the Senate has walked through the marble corridors of the Capitol to the hall of the House of Representatives and the President enters to deliver in person his message, CBS will open its microphones in the Capitol to bring you the event and to let you hear the President's words. This at 2:45 this afternoon, Eastern Daylight Saving Time. If the President's address is finished by 3:30 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, we shall bring you an address by the French Premier, Edouard Daladier. As the national legislators in Washington occupy themselves with the arms embargo growing out of this nation's first attempt at a Neutrality Act back in 1935, as the lawmakers consider the positions of those who want to go back to international law where we were before Japan marched into Manchuria, and consider also the positions of the isolationists who believe that Europe is none of our business, Fortune magazine announces the results of its survey on the war and our relation to it. The result? More than 83% of Americans want the Allies to win the war. More than two-thirds of the United States is opposed to strict isolation. In Europe, where the eyes of nearly every government are turned toward Washington today, Germany rushes troops and equipment to the Western Front. Russia straightens out its line of occupation in Poland, announces the capture of 60,000 Polish troops, while the Russian newspapers declare the Red Army showed unheard of and previously unwitnessed mass heroism. The German shortwave radio station announces the assassination of the Premier of Romania, Armand Călinescu. The French announce the completion of general mobilization with 6 million under arms. Paris says Captain Baron von Richthofen, son of the famous German World War ace, has been shot down and killed. Meantime, the capital city of what was Poland, Warsaw, modern metropolis of some 1 million inhabitants, still holds out on the 13th day of the siege, battered by bomb and shell, starved, its great buildings destroyed. One of the heroic last stands of all time. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WJSV, Washington. Good morning. Once again, John Cole has the pleasure of announcing that another Mary Lee Taylor radio demonstration is underway in the Pet Milk Experimental Kitchen. You know, for nearly 6 years now, Miss Taylor has broadcast 2 recipes a week, one on Tuesday, another on Thursday, which make appetizing, delicious food that's more wholesome and at the same time costs less. The stuffed vanilla wafers, which are the feature this morning, are a perfect example of the creative genius that reigns over this kitchen. Now, of course, you may be saying that these coconut-filled vanilla wafer sandwiches aren't news to you at all, because you were tempted by a color photograph of them in your grocery store to take the recipe that was offered and buy the needed groceries. And you've already made stuffed vanilla wafers. Or you may be saying to yourself that you found the same recipe in the latest Pet Milk cookbook called Delicious Wholesome Meals for 2 or 4 or 6, and have discovered the charms of a wonderful filling. Well, if you have, you're one up on me. I haven't.
Oh, yes, but you're about to, John Cole, and you know it, so you needn't pretend to be so abused.
All right, baby, Taylor.
And now, good morning to everyone in my nice audience. If you could look into this Pet Milk kitchen through your loudspeaker, I know you'd think that the stuffed vanilla wafers I've been putting together look mighty festive. The creamy yellow filling, bristling with coconut, certainly has a come-hither look. And Mr. Cole has fallen for it in a big way. He's reaching for a second one now with a look on his face that makes me think the first one just hit the right spot.
It did, and the second and third will, too.
Well, now let me give you the tested recipe. So easily makes stuffed vanilla wafers out of 4 grocery staples: vanilla wafers, marshmallows, coconut, and pet milk. Like all Pet Milk recipes, this one will have both the directions and the amounts of the ingredients listed in the order in which you use them. Ready? Then write down first, melt over boiling water, 2 tablespoons butter. 2 tablespoons butter. Blend in 2 tablespoons flour, 1/8 teaspoon salt, 1/8 teaspoon salt. Stir in slowly, 1/2 cup pet milk, 1/2 cup pet milk. Cook until thick and smooth, stirring constantly. Cook until thick and smooth, stirring constantly. Then add 16 marshmallows. 16 marshmallows. Continue cooking while stirring until marshmallows are melted. Continue cooking while stirring until marshmallows are melted. Remove from heat and fold in. Remove from heat and fold in 1 1/2 cups shredded coconut. 1 1/2 cups shredded coconut. Cool thoroughly. Cool thoroughly. Spread on flat sides of Spread on flat sides of 18 vanilla wafers. 18 vanilla wafers. Cover with 18 vanilla wafers, putting flat sides of wafers next to filling. Cover with 18 vanilla wafers, putting flat sides of wafers next to filling. Makes ample for 6. Now, when you use that recipe for stuffed vanilla wafers I've just given, don't think that mixture of melted marshmallows and pet milk is too thin. It will be quite thin when you first take it off the heat, which should be just as soon as the marshmallows have melted. When the coconut is stirred in and the filling cooled, as it should be, it will be just right to spread on the vanilla wafers, or on graham crackers, or some favorite plain cookie you've made yourself. By the way, if graham crackers are your preference, you need to know that you'll have filling enough for only 24. Yes, 24 graham crackers, rather than the 36 vanilla wafers mentioned in the recipe. That number of vanilla wafers is based on the size in which most of them come, 2 inches in diameter. Because there are smaller ones, I suggest that you buy your vanilla wafers by weight. And 6 ounces, yes, 6 ounces will give you just enough vanilla wafers to come out even with the filling. For the shredded coconut in the stuffed vanilla wafers, you need 4 ounces. That's 4 ounces, which is the exact amount that a can of coconut holds. Of course, you can use bulk coconut if you prefer. To get just the 16 marshmallows required to make the filling for stuffed vanilla wafers, you need to buy only 1/4 pound. Yes, 1/4 pound. And there's another tip about this very useful recipe. If you have young daughters who have reached the stage when they want to cook, let them try their wings with stuffed vanilla wafers. Besides being a perfectly fail-proof recipe, the cookies, it turns out, are most wholesome food for them to eat. Not too rich or too sweet, made with whole milk and containing a surprising amount of that. What could be more perfect for youngsters? The whole milk in these stuffed vanilla wafers is, of course, pure, safe pet milk, used in its double-rich, undiluted form, just as it comes from the can. If you're thinking that a cup of cream would have just about the consistency of undiluted pet milk, and you could use that in its place without making the spread too thin, don't forget that cream is far from being whole milk. And that's what pet milk is when it comes to supplying the food values which have earned for whole milk the reputation of being nature's most nearly perfect food. That 1/2 cup of undiluted pet milk in the stuffed vanilla wafers supplies the food value of a cup of extra rich whole milk. But obviously you couldn't put a cup of ordinary milk into this filling. That would make it too thin. And if you used a half a cup of ordinary milk in place of the half a cup of undiluted double-rich pet milk called for in the recipe, you would be making the filling far less wholesome, not only because it would contain less than half the important whole milk substances, but because it would have practically none of the sunshine vitamin D, which pet milk puts into it, because all pet milk is irradiated, which means that it is enriched with this priceless vitamin that growing children must have to help make their teeth and bones grow properly. Just think of being able to give your family some of the vitamin D they so much need in delicious food. Well, with my very best wishes for your great success with my stuffed vanilla wafers, I must leave you until next Tuesday, when I'll be found on the station to which you're listening now, ready to demonstrate a brand new dish that's especially nice for parties. Daylight saving time will be over on next Sunday night, and the return to standard time may make a difference in the hour when you'll be hearing me next Tuesday. So check your newspaper, please, for the exact time of my next Tuesday demonstration. Until Tuesday, then, goodbye.
I herewith and before witnesses pin the blue ribbon on Mary Lee Taylor's stuffed vanilla wafers. Just bring that dish on the next guest you have, and your reputation as the best cook in your town will be undisputed from then on. And be sure to send for the latest pet milk cookbook, Delicious Wholesome Meals for 2 or 4 or 6, which contains this useful recipe and 70 others for equally good food. To get a copy of this collection of balanced menus and tested recipes, just write your name and address and the word cookbook on the back of a pet milk label. Mail the label to Mary Lee Taylor, in care of the station to which you are now listening, or to her in care of Pet Milk Company, St. Louis, Missouri. If you have a baby or a small child and don't have a copy of Better Babies, just add the words Baby Book to the back of the pet milk label you're sending for a copy of the latest pet milk cookbook, and you'll receive a book about babies that will satisfy your desire to know why babies thrive so remarkably well on irradiated pet milk. Doctors all over this country have put their baby patients who need milk from a bottle on irradiated pet milk, and the results they've obtained have made a sensation in the medical world. If you have a baby, ask your doctor about feeding him irradiated pet milk. Without any hesitation, he'll say that irradiated pet milk is perfectly pure and absolutely safe as if there were no disease germs in the world. He'll tell you, too, that pet milk is more easily digested than ordinary milk, and that the extra sunshine vitamin D it contains is most valuable for your baby. And now a final reminder that on next Saturday night, your pet milk program, the Saturday Night Serenade, will again bring you Mary Eastman, Bill Perry, the Serenaders, and Gus Henson and his orchestra. And on next Tuesday, you can be hearing another of Mary Lee Taylor's radio demonstrations of better food made at lower cost. Now, since we'll be through with daylight saving time when Mary Lee Taylor broadcasts next Tuesday over the station to which you are now listening, do look at your newspaper for the exact time of her interesting and helpful radio demonstrations that morning. John Cole wishes you good luck and good health. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
10:15 sanitary food store time. Make sure you always get fresh bread. Julia Lee Wright is dated with today's date. You know it's first day fresh. Your neighborhood sanitary food store has fresh, dated Julia Lee Wright bread right now. WJSV, Washington. Campbell's Chicken Noodle Soup, the soup that's growing faster in popularity than any other soup in America, brings you another chapter in the thrilling life story of Brenda Curtis.
Goodbye, Sue. Goodbye, Tom. Don't be late, and be sure to hurry home to lunch as soon as school's out.
There they go, back to school. Comes now the problem, what to give these husky two-legged appetites when they come marching home for lunch. It must be nourishing, yet it mustn't be heavy, because young heads mustn't nod over lessons. So I'd like you to hear what one wise mother I know quite often gives her youngsters for lunch on school days. She says,
I give them bread and butter and milk, perhaps a gelatin dessert, and for the main dish, a bowl of good soup. Lately, they've been calling for Campbell's chicken noodle soup pretty often. You know how children like the flavor of chicken, and they get plenty of chicken flavor in this soup. The good noodles make it nourishing, too.
why don't you take the hint and serve a wholesome, easily prepared lunch like this to your children? See if they, too, don't delight in this tempting Campbell's chicken noodle soup, with its chicken-rich broth, its egg noodles, and its morsels of tender chicken meat. And, sure thing, enjoy a bowlful yourself along with them. And now, once again, Brenda Curtis. Hearing that Jim is fearful of losing his biggest case, which might close his law office, Brenda's old manager arranged an offer for her to return to the stage. Jim refused to let her consider it. Then Stacy Gordon, a friend of Jim's who once loved Brenda, returned from South America, and Gloria Bennett, who wants Jim, decided to use this fact for her own purposes. Now as our scene opens, it's evening, and we find Brenda putting Patsy to bed as Cleo looks on. Listen.
Well, Miss Patsy, if you ain't the cutest little thing I ever laid my 2 eyes on.
You see, Cleo, I knew she could say it.
Did I say it right, Mommy?
Why, of course you did, precious. Every last line of it.
And pretty soon she's going to be able to say them all by herself, ain't she, Miss Brenda?
Yes, indeed.
When I get big, Cleo?
Well, you won't have to wait that long, Sugar Plum.
And then by the time you're ready to go to kindergarten...
Yes, ma'am, she's going to be smarter than any of them other kids.
Now, hold still while I get your nightie on here, darling.
Want me to say the other one for you, Cleo?
Sure I do, Lemmy.
There we are, all ready for bed. Now, which one do you want to say next? Humpty Dumpty?
No, the one about the piggies, Mommy.
Oh, that's a nice one. Now, this little
piggy
went
to market.
Right.
And this little piggy stayed.
That's it. Now, where did the piggy stay?
The little piggy stayed home.
Now, what did the other little piggy do, darling?
You forgot, Mommy.
Oh, I bet you ain't forgot. You just playing possum, that's all.
No, I'm not, Cleo.
Come on, honey. And this little
piggy
went
all the way home.
There
you see, you didn't forget it after all.
Another one, Mommy.
Oh, not tonight, precious. It's way past your bedtime. And I must go down and phone Daddy Jim and see what's keeping him.
Mr. Jim sure is late this evening.
Yes, he is, Cleo, but he's probably been working so hard on that big Hargraves patent case.
Yes, and I expect he's been talking himself hoarse down in that courtroom.
I'm to wait up for Daddy Jim, Mommy.
I don't think you'd better, Patsy.
No, old man Sandman, he's waiting for you, honey.
Come along now. Big hug. Now we'll tuck you in.
Night, Mommy. Night, Cleo.
Good night. God bless you and pleasant dreams.
Good night, precious. There we are. I'll turn off the other light, Cleo.
Yes, sir.
She'll be asleep in no time.
It's a shame Mr. Jim didn't call earlier, ain't it, ma'am?
What makes you say that?
Well, maybe you could have invited that nice Mr. Gordon who called this afternoon to have dinner with you.
Well, we weren't prepared for guests anyway.
And maybe it's better you wasn't, anyhow.
Yes, perhaps it was. Well, Cleo, I guess you can just about make that movie you wanted to see.
But is you going to be all right here alone, Miss Brenda?
Yes, of course. Mr. Curtis will be here soon.
Yes.
Oh, there he is now, Cleo.
Then I'll get going, Miss Brenda.
Jim, darling, I'm so glad you're here at last.
Sorry I'm late. I was held up at the office. Patsy gone to bed?
Mm-hmm, just a little while ago. She wanted to wait up for you, of course.
I couldn't make it earlier. Miss Winters bungled some work on this Hargraves case. I had to wait until she did it over.
That's too bad, Jim. How does the Hargraves case look?
Oh, just ducky.
I'm sorry, darling. Will it wind up tomorrow as you expect?
Tomorrow, Monday.
Jim, haven't things been going well in court?
No, not at all.
Oh, Jim, don't say you're going to lose that case.
I may, I don't know.
Please. What is it, darling? You seem so upset.
And you know how vitally this case may affect our whole future.
Only too well. Probably closing the office, kissing goodbye to this lovely new house, and the end of what should have been a brilliant legal career.
Jim, what's going to happen if you do lose? We simply can't wait until it's too late to make plans. We've Patsy to think of.
I'm thinking of Patsy.
Of course you are, dear.
And I suppose you're thinking of that offer Ziggy cooked up for you to do that play.
Darling, you do put things so oddly at times.
Would it make you happy, Brenda, if I did lose this Hargraves case?
Oh, Jim, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard you say.
Well, wouldn't it furnish you with just the excuse you need to go back to the theater?
How much longer must I try to convince you, darling, that I've no desire to go back to the theater?
I'll believe that when Myra and Ziggy let you alone.
Jim, Ziggy hasn't been here in a year. When Myra was out the other day, it was the first time in months.
But, Brenda, how do you expect a man to have peace of mind with that crew after you?
They haven't been after me. And you have peace of mind, Jim, if you could only stop to see it.
You really think so?
I do, Jim. You have me, you've Patsy, you've this new home, so much to be happy for.
Oh, it would be heaven, Brenda. If you'd keep out all those worries, all those people, let me take care of it all.
I want you to, Jim. As for Myra and Ziggy in the theater...
Oh, as usual, I guess I'm the one to blame. Always worrying needlessly. Always getting upset.
You do work yourself up, darling.
Uh-huh, so much so that my business drops off and now I may lose the Hargraves case.
But worrying about those things, letting every little occurrence upset you, plunge you into a mood...
It affects my work, doesn't it, Brenda?
Can't you see that it does?
Of course. Makes me responsible for whatever may happen.
Jim, good heavens, you can be trying. You're not responsible for anything. We're responsible. Can't you discuss things reasonably, sensibly?
Oh, reasonably, sensibly. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if my mother wasn't right for not approving of our marriage.
That's mean, Jim. And hadn't we agreed not to stir up dead embers?
Possibly I'm not the one who's stirring them up.
What is wrong with you tonight? What happened,
Oh,
darling?
nothing at all.
Jim, you're being awfully unreasonable.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I am. I don't know what the dickens makes me this way. Come here.
There. Oh, that's so much better, dear.
Oh, your face is so soft. Oh, you precious darling.
Jim, you squeeze me to death.
Oh, my dearest, I love you so. I do.
I know. And I love you, Jim. That's why I hate to see these things undermining you, upsetting you.
Well, isn't worrying about this case enough to upset anyone?
I suppose it is, if you haven't thought of what you'll do if you lose.
I haven't.
Then, Jim, listen. Something happened today.
Something happened?
Yes. Those horrible people you think have been trying to lure me away from you have been worried. For us, Jim.
Oh. Now they've been worried for us. I can imagine.
Jim, they have. Myra and Ziggy have been two of the sincerest friends a person could ever have.
And what have they been up to now?
Frankly, after I turned down that offer for the new Edwards play, they had a talk with Stacy Gordon.
Stacy Gordon?
Now, please don't leave, will you?
What prompted them to take it upon themselves to discuss our affairs with Stacy Gordon, of all people?
They've been worried for us.
Well, go on. How did they map out our destiny?
Jim, Stacy was just made executive vice president of his engineering firm, so that he can take charge of this patent suit they'll be defending soon. You know about that?
Yes, another engineering firm, Lang & Stone, is suing them for a couple of millions for infringement.
So Stacy explained.
So Stacy explained. Brenda, was Stacy here to see you?
Yes, this afternoon to tell me about this thing.
What thing? For Pete's sake, what could he be out here to tell you?
Now, calm down, or I'll stop right here and now.
All right. Well, go on. What was Stacy doing here?
He'd like very much to be a good friend to you, Jim.
Only to me?
No, naturally to both of us. That's why he came out. And if what he had to say doesn't convince you of that fact...
What did my old friend Mr. Gordon have to say?
That he'd be more than glad to have you come with Carson Moore's legal staff to take over that case.
Why, how perfectly delightful of Mr. Gordon.
No need for sarcasm, Jim. I think he was being extremely friendly, considering how cool you were to him.
Yes? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't.
How can you say that, Jim?
Oh, come, Brenda, you must be getting blind.
Blind? Jim, what are you talking about?
Darling, what is Stacy Gordon to you?
A very intelligent, capable man, and a very good friend.
Nothing more?
I told you the day Stacy phoned Jim, the day after he arrived back in South America, that he was nothing more than a good friend.
Brenda, can't you see, or is it because you don't think I'll see, that Stacy would no more make a grandstand offer like that for me.
Are you implying that he didn't mean it?
He not only didn't mean it, he had a very definite reason behind it.
And that reason, in your opinion?
To show himself off as the big, successful engineer who condescends to help the poor, struggling attorney.
I think that's fantastic.
Is it? Well, then perhaps it's just a clever move to smash my pride, to make me look small and helpless in your eyes.
In my eyes?
Yes, Brenda. Or don't you see what I mean?
No, Jim, I don't. Why he should want to do such a thing?
Because, my dear, Mr. Stacy Gordon was and still is quite in love with you.
Jim, you're an utter fool at times. Stacy may have been in love with me once, years ago, before I ever met
He is
you.
now,
but
Brenda.
whether that's true or not, how you could ever think that Stacy would be so dishonorable as to offer you a job for the purpose
That's just more than you can figure out, isn't it?
Much more.
Well, I can only say, Brenda, that with things like this going on, if I lose that Hargraves case, it won't be my fault. Not my fault at all.
Apparently, Gloria's clever move to let Jim know of Stacy Gordon's love for Brenda has produced the desired results. But before I tell you more about this, just give me a moment. A while ago, I suggested bowls of Campbell's chicken noodle soup as the main dish for the children's lunch. Now, when it comes to the food she serves her family, every mother wants to know two things particularly. First, how it's been prepared, and second, just how wholesome it is. If you could take a trip through Campbell's kitchens, I know they'd remind you of your own at home, just after you'd given it an extra scrubbing and polishing. And you'd see there the careful, painstaking way Campbell's go about making soup for you. Take Campbell's chicken noodle soup. You'd see how slowly the broth simmers as it gathers that deep, golden gleam that means chicken richness. You'd see the quantities of good egg noodles being ladled in and the added morsels of tender chicken meat for the final old-time touch. So remember, won't you, when you serve Campbell's chicken noodle soup to your family, you can be sure it's made the good old-time way, and that it's good and wholesome, too. Get Campbell's chicken noodle soup today from your grocer. Treat the whole family at supper time. If Jim does lose the Hargraves case, what will Brenda do? Face Jim's wrath by accepting Ziggy's offer? If not, how can Brenda extricate herself from this dangerous situation? Is it going to mean the end of everything for Brenda? Tomorrow, Gloria Bennett brings Jim into a situation which spells real trouble. Campbell's chicken noodle soup, the soup that's growing faster in popularity than any other soup in America, invite you to share again tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, in the true-to-life story of Brenda Curtis. Plan to be with us, won't you? Till then, this is Kenneth Roberts saying goodbye and good eating. Tomorrow at breakfast, start the day bright. Tomorrow at dinner, end the day right. Serve Campbell's tomato juice. Fresh, cool, inviting. But do as millions do, make sure it's Campbell's. Because Campbell's canning process retains the fresh tomato flavor, safeguards the fresh tomato vitamins. No wonder Campbell's is the largest selling tomato juice in America. Your family deserves the best. Turn to Campbell's. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. Will the operation save Woody Marshall's sight? And will Judy Wilbur cling to him through this crisis? Listen to Your Family and Mine over this station at 1:30 o'clock. WJSV, Washington.
Rinsaw's Big Sister.
Rinso presents the heart-stirring romance of a loyal woman, Big Sister, starring Alice Frost and Martin Gable, and brought to you by the new Richard Rinso. Well, good morning, friends. Now, I just...
Say, Mr. Utel.
Oh, hello, Miss Pike. I didn't know you were standing there. Now, how's the dressmaking business, and what can I do for you?
I just happened to remember another customer story. You remember you asked me for some yesterday?
Oh, sure, swell. I was afraid I was announcing all wrong again. Are you going to tell me another customer you talked into trying Rinso?
Well, not exactly.
Well, then...
Never you mind. I think you'll like this one just as well. You see, this customer was a bug for being punctual. If she said a 10 o'clock fit-in, 10 o'clock it was, right on the dot.
I see.
Trouble was, I was the one who was always late.
My.
And when I made her wait, did she get mad?
Well, why did you?
Well, I have my own house to clean and my own dishes to wash and clothes and goodness knows what all.
Mm-hmm. I know, but...
Now, wait a minute. Don't get ahead of me. One day, this customer come in and had to wait, and she was mad fit to bust. She come running into my kitchen just as I was putting a bunch of clothes in to soak, and she said, "Pikey, once and for all, when I make an appointment for a certain time, I mean it." Land sakes, what's that you're doing? So I told her I was just putting my clothes in to soak, and she said, "Well, where's the Rinso?"
But I thought...
Young man, this was more years ago than I'm going to tell you.
Oh, I apologize.
Anyway, this lady sat down and told me the facts about Rinso, how it saves time washing clothes because it does away with scrubbing on a washboard, and how easy it is to soak clothes clean, and then give a little special attention to those extra dirty spots, of course, and that's why women who use Rinso weren't all done in on wash day. So you see, Mr. Utel, that was the customer who talked me into trying it, and I've been doing the same thing to my other customers ever since.
Oh, fine. A turnabout story, huh? And there's the signal for Big Sister. As Ruth Brewster and Dr. John Wayne, whom she is soon to marry, plan a happy day of freedom in the country, Nico Benelli, a charming young Italian boy, a friend of Ned Evans, collapses on the sidewalk while talking to them. They carry the boy to the shop of his grandfather, a lovable old goldsmith. Riccardo Benelli is frantic at Nico's illness, but Ruth soothes him. And then he shows her his choicest treasure, a locket shaped like a prayer book in Florentine design. Benelli had made it as a wedding present for Nico's mother, now dead. And to the boy, it is a holy symbol of the lovely mother he has lost. Suddenly, an abrupt and rather eccentric woman enters. Seeing Ruth and John helping the Benellis, she says brusquely that she sees the Benellis no longer need her. To Ruth's astonishment, the strange woman stalks out. Now, a moment later, Ruth and Riccardo Benelli are talking.
Mr. Benelli, why was Miss Pike so upset about my being here?
I don't know. I'm afraid that she must be what you call jealous.
But why?
Miss Pike, she's been very good friends to me and little Nico. We poor. She lives just upstairs, and sometimes when we not have so much to eat, Miss Pike, she feed Nicolino.
Oh.
I'm very full of thanks to her.
Yes, of course. But I can't understand why she should resent me.
She's strange. You see how she fly out so quick. Maybe it's because she wants a helper, me and Nico, and she thinks maybe we belong to her.
And not to me, John. I think I understand.
Once she gave me money when things was very, very bad. We owe her for many things now.
She must be very kind.
Yeah, but it's not so nice for her to speak so to you. No, I don't like that. I must tell her so.
Oh, no, please don't. I don't want you to offend a good friend of Nico's.
Nico. Poverino. Miss Brewster, you sure that Dr. Wayne will cure the little boy?
He'll certainly do his best.
Huh? And the doctor, he's a good, how do you say, he's experienced?
Yes, very experienced, Mr. Benelli. John will find some way to clear up the condition which causes Nico's headache.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Well, I won't, I promise.
You say Miss Pike lives upstairs?
Si, Senora. Her door is by my shop door.
I'm going up and speak to her. Do you think she's home?
Si. Sure. You know, hear the foot on the stairs a moment ago? A clump. Oh, Madonna, she's angry.
Well, we can't let her stay that way. I'm going up and talk to her.
Excuse you, Nora. Let me open the door, please, for you, huh?
Thank you. Is it right up these stairs?
Yes.
Tell Dr. Wayne where I am. He can call me when he's ready to leave.
Of course, Mr. Brewster. You take care on the steps, huh? Huh? They're very old and bad. They're very bad.
All right, I will. Thank you. May I speak to you, please? It's Ruth Brewster.
What do you want?
To tell you about Nico.
Nico? What is the matter with Nico? Is he calling for me?
I really don't know what's the matter yet, but I thought you could help us with his case history.
Well, I'll help all I can. Come in, Mrs. Brewster.
Thank you. Miss Pike, you mustn't feel that the Benellis have turned away from you.
Oh, I didn't say that.
You see, Mr. Benelli told me how kind you've been, how you've even helped them out with money. They need you desperately.
Oh, seems to me they've got more useful friends now. A fashionable doctor with a big car and lots of money.
Oh, well, I'm afraid that big car is rather deceptive, Miss Pike. See, I'm taking nurse's training so that I can help Dr. Wayne when we get married. And John isn't a fashionable doctor now. He turned down a good staff position at Raventon Hospital to work among the poor. So we may find ourselves in none too robust health, financially speaking.
That's a pretty kettle of fish, but I'm in it with you. Sit down, Mrs. Brewster.
Oh, thanks.
Here, I'll clear this stuff out of the way. We might have a cup of tea.
Oh, thank you. I'd love to. Oh, what a beautiful dress.
Like it?
Oh, it's lovely.
Well, that's why I'm broke. Put all my spare cash into materials for that dress. That lace is old.
Yes, I can see that. The gown fits that model marvelously.
If it does, it's going to fit the owner. The model is just her size.
The dress is wonderfully smart. It looks Parisian.
Well, that's made for a woman who lives in New York. One of the Van Tynes, if you please.
Really?
Now, you're wondering how I come to be making clothes for people like that.
Well,
here, I'll put the kettle on while I tell you.
Oh, I'd love to hear it.
The Van Tyne who's going to wear that was taken ill here in Raventon. She was traveling through when it hit her.
Oh, I see.
She wanted a new negligee run up, and someone sent her to me. I made it. And I've been making clothes for her ever since. Not all of her clothes, to be sure, but some. A while back, she wrote me and said I was a genius.
From the sample of your work, you really must be.
I always known I could make women look better than most of those Frenchmen can, even if they call themselves couturiers. When I was young, I had my heart set on going to Paris, France. I saved up enough money to make the trip once, but before I could leave, Mother took ill. And she never did pick up again. And that ended my dream.
Some mute and glorious Milton.
What's that?
Oh, nothing. Just a verse about people who might have been great but stayed in a small place.
I know that poem. Learned it in school. Something about madding crowd, wasn't it?
Yes. Far from the madding crowd's ignoble strife, their sober wishes never learned to stray. Along the cool, sequestered vale of life, they kept the noiseless tenor of their way.
Noiseless tenor is a pretty good description of my life in this one-room tenement flat. Oh, well. You're getting married soon, aren't you?
Yes, next month. But I thought you'd never heard of me.
Rubbish. Say, who's making your wedding dress?
No one. I told you I haven't any money. And John, Dr. Wayne, says he doesn't care what I wear. Oh, and no cream or sugar in the tea, please.
It's an outrage. With your blonde coloring and figure, I could make you look like a queen.
Oh, don't tempt me.
I could find some material to set off your blue eyes. What size do you wear, 34?
Yes. So, you see, I can slip into a ready-made dress if I can find a few dollars to spend.
A ready-made wedding dress? That's a terrible idea.
Oh, I won't mind. Of course, I'd love to have a beautiful dress to go to John. But it's out of the question.
Sure.
But what are we going to do about the Benellis? If we haven't any money and they haven't any food, that's more important.
Don't worry. They won't starve tonight. I've got a stew that ought to be good for Nico. Nice and nourishing, easily digested.
Oh, that's good. Oh, there's John. I must go.
Will you be back?
Of course. And you'll keep an eye on Nico and his grandfather, won't you?
Yes, of course I will.
And there won't be any more hard feelings.
No. Why should there?
That's good. Goodbye, Miss Pike.
Goodbye.
Ruth.
I'm coming, dear.
Climb in, darling.
Move your knee just a bit, will you, dear?
Sorry.
That's it. What's the matter, John? John?
I beg your pardon, I was thinking.
About what's wrong with Nico Benelli?
Yes.
What is it, dear?
I don't know.
You must have some idea.
I can't be sure, Ruth.
Is it very serious?
I hope not. There may be some trivial cause for his trouble. A source of infection we can easily get at and remove.
Oh, with you in charge, darling, he's going to be all right. I know he is.
Hope you're right.
Of course I am. Oh, look, John, there's Ned. Across the street.
I'll stop. What's he up to, anyway?
Heaven only knows.
Hi, Nettie.
Hiya, John.
With a greeting like that, do you still think he's jealous of you, darling?
I guess not.
Hello, Nettie.
Oh, boy. Hello, Ruth. Hello, John.
Hello.
They're short-handed at the office, and I'm delivering the mail to the subscribers out this way.
I didn't know there were that many.
Gosh, you'd be surprised. Plenty of people phoned in to say they wanted to change from the Chronicle to the Mail.
Oh, that's swell.
And don't think these papers aren't heavy. Look.
But that paper's thick. It must be 12 pages.
Wrong, Ruth. 14.
And crammed full of ads.
You bet. Jerry's taking all the business away from the Chronicle since McGregor ran away.
But then this means... It really means that Jerry's paper's going to be all right, doesn't it?
You bet your life. Well, I'll be seeing you. I've got to put on my papers.
You're being very quiet, Ruth.
If I start talking, darling, I'll either laugh or cry. Just think, John. Jerry and Sue and the baby. They're safe from want.
Yes. And you and I... We're free. Free to marry, to live side by side and be happy. Forever and ever.
Darling.
Ruth, we will be, I promise you.
So at last the Millers can see hope ahead. And John and Ruth face life together with promises of happiness for Ruth on her devoted lover's lips. But Nico Benelli, what is this illness which John Wayne hesitates to name? Ruth is confident John can save the boy. Is that confidence well-founded? Be sure to listen to Big Sister again tomorrow. Miss Pike.
Yes, what is it?
Well, I wouldn't like to make the same mistakes I made yesterday, so I thought maybe you'd like to help me out.
Well, all right. Good gravy, whatever would you do without me?
Gosh, I don't know, Miss Pike. Really, I don't. Now, I'd like your honest opinion of women who slave over their kitchen sinks, making real drudgery out of dishwashing.
Young man, I have no patience with women like that. There they are, with every grain of common sense telling them that if millions of women say Rinso makes dishwashing real easy, there must be something in it. Maybe they just like to make work for themselves.
Well, maybe it's not exactly
Good
that.
land of Goshen. Stands to reason that when a soap has something special like that suds booster to make it give extra rich suds, it ought to be good, doesn't it? And most everybody knows Rinso has a suds booster.
Well, now, maybe they don't.
And it's high time to find out. And goodness knows, it certainly is economical enough. And now...
Wait a minute, my turn now. In fact, it costs less than a cent a day to wash dishes with Rinso. And you can make an extra saving now by getting it during the Whiter Wash special sale which your grocer is featuring.
Then what's the argument? You just stand there and tell every woman listening to get over to her grocer right now and get a big giant size package.
All right, Miss Pike. And maybe they will now. Won't you, ladies? Join us tomorrow, friends, for another chapter of Rinso's Big Sister. This is Fred Utel saying, don't forget Big Sister and Rinso, R-I-N-S-O. Stay tuned in for another of Aunt Jenny's real-life stories, which follows in just a moment.
Bob's a smooth talker, but that's not enough. Somebody should tip him off that no one can get by with B.O. Why not play safe this easy, pleasant way? Take a Lifebuoy bath every day. It's so refreshing. And remember, your daily Lifebuoy bath stops B.O.
It's story time, ladies, and here's Aunt Jenny to tell you another of her real-life stories brought to you by Spry. As I said, brought to you by Spry, the purer, creamier, all-vegetable shortening. Oh, all right, I'll answer it. I just made that last sentence in time. Why, it's Fred Cooper.
Well, hello, Fred. Why didn't you walk right in?
I'm carrying such a load that I couldn't manage the door.
Oh, well, land sakes, Fred. Sit down a spell and rest yourself.
That's just what I'm aiming to do. Thanks, Jenny.
Well, I'll give you a piece of this apple crumb pie that I baked this morning.
Well, I won't refuse, because I figure you owe it to me.
What's the matter, Fred?
Well, just look at this mail sack. Here, heft it, will you? I guess most every woman in these United States must be writing to let you know how much she likes your cookbook, Jenny, and those frosting tints.
Oh, cheer up, Fred. There's only one more day for the offer.
Now, that's right, ladies. Tomorrow is the last day that we're making this big double-barreled offer. A copy of Aunt Jenny's own 52-page cookbook, cram-jammed with the most tempting, easy-to-make recipes you ever tasted in your life. For all occasions. Everyday economy dishes, company dishes, why, everything you want.
Yeah, that's only half the offer, ladies. There's a set of 6 different colored frosting tints comes with it.
Rose, blue, green, yellow, red, and orange.
Say, you know, my wife Ella made a birthday cake yesterday for the little fellow that lives next door to us. And she put white frosting on it. And then wrote, Happy Birthday in pink on the top.
Oh, fine. And you know, folks, you can use these tints for candies, too, and jellied salad.
So hurry, ladies, and send for those 2 gift offers today. Now, just send in 1 Spry disc from the top of any can of Spry, plus 10 cents in coin, to Aunt Jenny, Box 19, New York City. And did you get that? It's 1 Spry disc and 10 cents to Aunt Jenny, Box 19, New York City. But do it today, ladies, or you may forget, and then it'll be too late. And now, Aunt Jenny, how about that story?
Ready right away, Danny. Now, you remember, folks, how I told you about Molly Allen, who loved Bill Crawford, and how Bill went on an experimental flight to South America and never returned? Parts of his plane were picked up at sea, but he wasn't ever found. Now, during the course of a whole year, there was no news. And meantime, Chris Johnson, who'd always loved Molly, finally persuaded her to accept him. He knew she didn't love him, but he hoped that she would sometime. Well, about 3 months after they'd been married, Dr. Tim rang the doorbell and...
Dr. Tim, glad you dropped in to see us.
Well, I had to see how the bride and groom were getting along.
Here, Tim, this chair's more comfortable.
Thanks, Molly. You know, I thought I might be able to scare up a game of chess with you people if you're not doing anything.
Oh, gosh, then that'd be fine, but... Well, as a matter of fact, I've been trying to get Molly to go out tonight. It's been weeks since she's been anywhere, and tonight we thought of...
Oh, well, in that case, I bite my lip, I bow gracefully, and make my exit. Some other night.
No, why don't you come along with us?
Dr. Tim, don't give up. You and Chris will be able to play chess. Here, I'll set the chessmen out for you.
But Molly...
Chris, I don't feel at all like going out.
Oh, but Molly, I don't want to spoil Chris's party.
I wouldn't have gone even if you hadn't come.
Don't you feel well, Molly?
As well as I ever do.
Molly, what you need is a change
No, don't try to be a doctor, Tim. You and Chris just play chess, and if you don't mind, I'll go upstairs. They're all set out for you now.
But look, Molly, if you feel tired, why don't you lie down here on the Davenport, and then later Tim and I'll make some coffee.
No, Chris, I'd rather go upstairs. You'll excuse me, won't you, Tim?
Well, of course, Molly.
And I'm sorry that I don't feel like going out.
Oh, that's all right, Molly. We'll run up and see you later. Well, Tim, that's the way it's been for months.
Not much fun for either of you, is it?
Oh, I don't mind about myself.
But you're worried about Molly.
Mm-hmm. Tim, the marriage just hasn't worked out. We've both tried, but... Well, it's no dice. Upstairs now, she'll take out Bill Crawford's picture and those crazy postcards I used to send her, and she'll just lie there staring at them. It's over a year since Bill Crawford was lost, but for Molly, he's as much alive as he was the day his plane took off for South America.
You married Molly taking a chance that she'd learn to love you.
Yeah, I went into it with my eyes open, Tim, but I guess I slipped up on one thing. I underestimated a ghost.
A ghost?
Mm-hmm. The ghost of Bill Crawford. He's been with us right along. It was there the day we married, there on the honeymoon, there when we came back here and took this house. We've never really been married, not from the start. A little while ago, you said a woman could be a bride for 50 years if she wanted to be. Molly's never been a real bride.
Well, sometimes ghosts fade away.
Oh, not this one, Tim. He's getting stronger all the time. For Molly, he's more real now than I am. She's trying to hide it because she doesn't want to hurt me. But she's slipping back, Tim, back to the way she was just after the crash, and I can't do anything but watch and pray for a miracle.
Chris, the other day you said you had an offer from a bank in South America to go into their legal department. Was it a good offer?
The kind of a break that comes once in a lifetime.
Have you done anything about it yet?
Well, I didn't want to tell Molly till I was sure the offer was definite.
Well, I'm not sure my advice has worked out so far, but do you want another piece of it?
What, Tim?
If they do offer you this job, and it's as good as you say, take it and clear out of here as fast as you can.
Oh, I mean to, but, well, I'm not sure how Molly will take it.
Well, that's just why you have to take this South American offer, to get Molly out of here. A new country, a new start. Ghosts can travel, but they're like ball clubs. Not so good away from their home parks. I'd say take this job, Chris, and maybe you'll have a child later on.
You know, it's a little thing, Tim. But Molly has never even called me darling.
That's not a little thing, Chris.
Let's get the chess game started, huh, Tim?
Okay. I'll take the black.
It's my move then, huh?
Yes, Chris, it's your move. And for your sake and Molly's, make it a big one.
Molly.
Yes, Chris.
Last week, I think it was the day before Dr. Tim was over here playing chess. I had a job offered to me in the legal department of a bank. More money and it's a wide open future.
Oh, I'm glad for you. You've worked so hard. You deserve something like this. When does the job start?
Well, as soon as we get there.
Get there? It's not here in town?
No, it's in South America, Molly.
South America?
It's the branch of a New York banking house. You see, this country's doing more trading with South America all the time.
South America? Well, that would mean leaving everything. The clients you've built at Dr. Tim, all your friends.
Well, Dr. Tim said I'd be crazy if I didn't take it, Molly. It means the difference between just getting along all my life and really being a success.
Chris, if it's as good a chance as that, you ought to go. But I can't go with you.
Molly, I couldn't go without you. You know that.
Chris, I don't want to leave this town. Ever.
But why not? You haven't been happy here.
There's a part of me here. And I'd feel as if I were deserting if I went away from it. I wish I could go with you, Chris. You deserve this chance. I want you so much to be happy.
You're the one I want to see happy, Molly. That's why I want you to come. I wish you could leave this haunted town tomorrow, but if you can't...
Why did you say that, Chris? This haunted town.
Well, let's not fool ourselves, Molly. This town is haunted for you, and you know it. That's why you want to stay.
Chris, I can tell you this from the bottom of my heart. For your sake, because you've been so kind and so decent, I wish it weren't haunted for me. But it is. And I guess that's all there is to it. I'm your wife, and I'll always be as long as you want me. But I can't help how I feel.
Molly, let's forget about this now. I'll turn the job down.
No, don't do that.
Well, I'll just put it on the shelf and forget about it. If they want to get someone else, they can. Other chances come along, and meanwhile, you and I can try to do better right where we are.
Chris, you've tried for months to get me to take a weekend up in the mountains. I'll go this week if you'd like.
Will you, Molly?
We'll start Friday. You can take your fishing tackle.
Oh, that's...
And I promise I'll try to cook anything you can.
The doorbell is pretty late for anybody to be calling.
Alice.
No, I'll go. Oh, Dr. Tim.
Chris. Is Molly here?
Well, sure. Come on in.
Dr. Tim, what is it? You're as pale as a ghost.
A ghost? You're nearer right than you think, Molly.
Tim, what is it?
I just had a cable from South America.
South America?
They found Bill Crawford. He's alive.
Oh, Doctor.
Tim, she's fainted.
She'll be all right. Get me some water.
Water, all right.
Hurry up. Molly. Molly, it's Dr. Tim. Molly.
Dr. Tim. Oh, Tim, I thought you came in here and said...
I did say it, Molly, and it's true.
Bill Crawford's alive?
From what I can make out, he's still in pretty bad shape, but he's alive, Molly, and they've started him on the ship back for New York.
Tim, this is what I've always believed.
The water.
She'll be all right now. It was a shock of the news.
Tim, it's wonderful if it's true. Bill's really alive.
He's alive, Chris, and coming back. The fisherman who picked him up didn't have a radio or any contact with Will outside, and Bill's skull must have been fractured when the plane hit. That's why we didn't hear.
Oh, Tim.
They took him back to their village, probably thinking he was a sailor. And with the injury, Bill was half out of his head for nearly a year, not able to tell them anything.
But he is alive, Tim.
Yes. Alive, Molly. Molly, what's the matter?
Molly, what is it?
I just remembered. Bill and I were to have been married when he came back. But now...
But now, you're married to Chris.
Well, now, Jenny, you know, it was hard to see how they'd get out of that mess.
Yeah, it was terrible. Poor Molly didn't know what to do. She didn't want to hurt Chris, but she still loved Bill devotedly.
Yeah, I guess she did. Plumb crazy about him. I felt sorry for all three of them.
I guess we all did, Fred. And my, oh me, the amount of talk that went flying around Littleton. Molly should do this, and Molly should do that, and Molly always loved Bill, and Molly should remember she married Chris for better or worse. And I guess poor Molly was thinking all those thoughts, too, because of what she decided.
Never mind what she decided, Aunt Jenny. That's the climax, the point of the whole story, and that's got to be saved for tomorrow.
Well, this apple crumb pie can't be saved for tomorrow, not after the dent I made in it. Danny here was only a split second behind me when it come to taking another piece.
Well, it's a grand pie, Aunt Jenny. I don't believe I ever tasted one just like it before.
No, me either. You know, I thought I knowed most every kind of apple pie there is, but this one's new to me. It's a humdinger. Say, what's that good tasting stuff on top of it, Jenny?
Oh, listen, Fred. It's a one-crust pie, ladies, with a brown sugar and nut topping. And a lot of you will find the receipt in a new spry ad that's going to be in your papers either tomorrow night or tonight.
Well, I'm going to tell my wife to be looking for that. You know, I'm mighty fond of things made with apples, and the new crop's coming in right now.
Yes, it sure is. And I guess your folks are real fond of apples, too, ladies. So I just want to tell you that in this cookbook of mine that we're suggesting you send for, you'll find all kinds of good apple receipts.
Yes, there are 2-crust pies and 1-crust pies and deep dish pies and apple fritters and baked apple dumpling and Dutch apple cake, just to mention a few. Mm-hmm. And ladies, when you serve a tender, flaky apple pie, you want to get the full, fine flavor of your apple filling, don't you? Now, you don't want to be conscious with every bite you take that your crust's a little off flavor. Then make purer crust with Spry. No off flavors in tender, flaky Spry crust.
And the reason for that, folks, is because Spry stays fresh longer. That's one of the 3 extra advantages it brings you.
Spry creams so easily, too. And that makes quick, easy work of cake mixing. And Spry is purer, and that means no unpleasant acrid odor when you fry. Now, remember, Spry's the only shortening that brings you all 3 of these advantages. So isn't it very much to your advantage to get Spry?
There's only one answer they can make to that, Dan.
Yes, and they're making that answer, Fred. Millions of women have changed to Spry, and thousands more are doing so every day. So join the parade. Get Spry from your grocer this afternoon and send it once for the cookbook and frosting tints. Because remember, tomorrow is the very last time this offer will be made. So better sit down and send for yours right now. You know, for your convenience, your grocer has a special order blank. Ask him for it. But most important of all, remember, it takes just 1 Spry disc and 10 cents in coin to get a big 52-page cookbook and a set of 6 different colored frosting tints. And be sure to get the address right. It's Aunt Jenny, Box 19, New York City. And ladies, don't you forget to hear how this story of Bill and Molly and Chris turned out. It seemed like an unsolvable tangle at the time. Wouldn't you say so? Molly kept saying over and over and over,
how can I hurt Chris after he's been so good, so understanding? And yet I love Bill more than life itself.
You see, no matter what happened, someone was bound to be hurt. What did they finally do? You'll find out tomorrow. True names are never used in Spry's real-life stories. Dan Seymour speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good morning. This morning, Woman's Home Companion brings you Jean Abbey to highlight the shopping values at S. Can Sons. Jean passes miles and miles of counters in a week, and I think it's safe to say she takes a look at the shopping values on almost all of them. And now let's hear what she has to tell us about this morning. Miss Jean Abbey.
Thank you, Joe, and good morning, everybody. The new figure silhouette brought out by Paris dressmakers is certainly a lovely one and has won the acclaim of smart American women everywhere. Curves are definitely back in again. True feminine beauty is brought out in all its glory. High, proud bust line, dainty, tiny waist, and gracefully rounded hips. That's the story behind the scenes of the new fall and winter fashions. And the proper foundation will help you carry out that story perfectly. Fundamentally, the new corsets give a new redistribution of flesh, giving a new economy of waistline and blessed comfort. No longer is that famed hourglass look achieved through tortuous steel casings, lacings, and constant discomfort. Not if you're properly fitted by a competent corseteer. That's why I dropped in at S. Can Sons to shop foundations. They have a very efficient staff of 8 finished school graduate corseteers, each with a diploma, thus proving their knowledge. Each is an expert and can advise you best as to just what type of corset you should have, how to bring out the best points of your figure, and how to camouflage the defects. Now, if you'd like to achieve that new 1940 figure in the approved Schiaparelli manner of Paris, try a form-fit foundation. Here's a clever way of illustrating the new figure, that of the small waist, curved hips, etc. Take a pair of scissors and open them as if you were going to cut something. That's what the new silhouette is. Bust line high and separated, waistline sharply in, and hips smoothly curved outward. So if you want to show your new fall frocks off to the best advantage, go to S. Can Sons on the second floor in the corset department and let one of their expert corseteers fit you to a form-fit pagan charm girdle or an all-in-one. They're moderately priced at $7 and $7.50, and you'll revel in the new comfort and delight, not to mention the beauty of a scissors silhouette. Of course, form-fit foundations have talon fasteners for a more perfect fit. And now here's a tip on buying undies. When you buy rayon lingerie, you naturally want them to wash well, stay fresh and new-looking for a long time. You want them to be nicely styled and made to fit you, and you want them to be pretty and dainty at all times. Then here are the undies meant for you. They're called to-be's chardonnized garments, which means that the fabric is a to-be's, and to-be's is spelled T-U-B-I-Z-E, rayon pre-tested for tailoring, washability, and wear. This means that the garment has been made under the rigid standards of the to-be certified quality plan and ensures you satisfaction. I saw some lovely to-be's undies called New Weave in the main floor rayon underwear department at Ken's. The panties in 4 styles, the step-in, bloomer, banded leg, or briefs are very specially priced at 59 cents each. Matching shirts are the same price. While on the second floor at Ken's, I visited the dress department. They certainly have a wonderful large selection of fall and winter creations. For instance, there's a lovely, lovely frock decorated with wise old owls, and the name of the frock is Wise Old Owl, too. This dress in green, vineyard, or black is accented with smart feet buttons, little owls on chains that snap on. The dress itself is collarless and has insets of draped shirring diagonally from shoulder to waistline, which is most flattering. It has a full skirt with bustle fullness at the back, and a self-material belt fastened with a handsome buckle. When worn, there will be no bulging gap at the placket because it, too, zips smoothly closed with a talon fastener. It's priced at $25 and looks much more expensive. The buyer herself was wearing this wise old owl dress, which proves its style worth. And here is good news for the young woman who wears size 38 to 50. Ken's now have a large selection of Lane Bryant dresses, which are exclusive in Washington with Ken's. They range in price from $10.95 to $25, and in sizes 16.5 to 24.5 and 38 to 44. In the larger sizes, they are 44.5 to 52.5. Each dress has the Lane Bryant Slenderizing Modes label and is designed along the new fall and winter trends. Every one is designed with one thought in mind, to slenderize and flatter the figure. And of course, they have the talon fasteners. I saw one lovely dress suitable for all-round wear through the day. It is a jacket dress of classic black rib crepe combined with black satin. The dress, which can be worn well without the jacket, has a slenderizing V-neck with a beautiful jeweled ornament and has bracelet sleeves. The jacket is stunning with long sleeves. As well as black, this dress comes in wine, grotto blue, and crushed grape and is priced at $22.95. Another label tip. It may seem that I'm harping too much on the subject of labels, but after all, that is your best guide to quality. As chilly fall winds are just around the corner, I suppose you are dashing around trying to select your new fall wardrobe. And whether you buy your dresses, skirts, and coats ready-made or select the material and design your own, look for the label that says Botany. That's how you can assure yourself of getting the best. For Botany has long set the pace for dependable construction and fashion leadership in fine woolens. All Botany's fabrics are fully sponged and shrunk too. There is such a variety of new materials and designs. Visit one of the most famous woolen departments in Washington, namely S. Sons, and see their complete assortment of Botany fabrics. You'll find these on the first floor, and Botany is priced from $1.95 to $3.95 a yard. Some is all wool, and some has a little rayon in it for new effects. In your new season's dress-up spree, you mustn't forget those little touches that mean the difference between loveliness and unloveliness. Your personal charm is completed by a dash of fragrant toilet water and a dusting of sweet-smelling bath powder. It's taken for granted that you don't use conflicting scents. Therefore, Harriet Hubbard Eyre, famous beautician, has created a delicate new scent and coordinated it into a complete series of perfume, toilet water, bath accessories, and beauty aids. This scent, reminiscent of the gay, clear, romantic scent of clover fields at dawn, is called Pink Clover. The entire series is packaged in delightful boxes and bottles spangled with pink clover leaves. You'll find Harriet Hubbard Eyre Pink Clover in the first floor toiletries department at Cannes. Miss Mooney, Special Air Representative, will be glad to show you the series of Pink Clover beauty aids and bath accessories. Ask for Miss Mooney when you go in. Let's consider makeup now, for this is the thing that can either bring out your natural beauty or hide it. For the utmost in subtle flattery, try Bourgeois Evening in Paris makeup, the rouge, lipstick, and face powder. Evening in Paris rouge is a new handmade process rouge of satin smoothness that blends imperceptibly into the color of your skin. It gives your cheeks a natural-looking and flattering blush. Harmonized with the rouge is Evening in Paris lipstick. It is made of only the purest ingredients and is exceptionally permanent. Both the rouge and lipstick come in 4 different harmonizing shades for every different complexion type. Bourgeois Evening in Paris face powder in several tones is silky smooth of texture, imparts a subtle radiance to your complexion, and clings becomingly for many hours. All 3 items have that lovely elusive Evening in Paris fragrance. Select your shades at Cannes in the first floor cosmetic department. Accent is on your youth. So says fashion, so says Lady Esther, creator of famous Lady Esther four-purpose face cream. As everyone knows, the complexion of youth as a whole is firm, clear, glowing with health and vitality. Age tends to break down the facial muscles, drawing them downward and dimming the clearness of the complexion. That's why youth and those who want to retain youth should use Lady Esther cream, because it is lighter in consistency. It doesn't pull the lines of your face down. Lady Esther four-purpose face cream, besides being delightfully light, will really clean your skin. Try it and see. It's in the first floor toiletries at Cannes and moderately priced at $25, $52, and 92 cents a jar. A last beauty hint about your hair. Bring out its natural glory with Admiration Oil Shampoo. Admiration is not a soapy shampoo. It contains no alkali or harsh chemicals. With a single application, the film that hides the beauty of your hair is washed away, leaving it soft, lustrous, and shining. This without the aid of lemon or vinegar after rinses, too. Amazing, isn't it? But very true, as you'll see once you've tried it. Also, you'll find your hair much more manageable, too, which is a boon to those with unruly hair. There are two kinds, Admiration Oil Shampoo, and for those who prefer a lather, there is Admiration Foamy Oil Shampoo, and they both give the same wonderful results. In Cannes First Floor Toiletries, it is priced at 45 cents a bottle. After shampooing your hair, you must dry it. Sometimes this may seem an irksome task that has no end, but not when the drying of your locks is done with fluffy, absorbent Dundee towels. Dundee towels are firmly woven of high-quality cotton yarns and will stand a great deal of rough treatment. For this reason, Dundee towels are an old standby in homes with children, especially little boys who are likely to use a towel with much enthusiasm and action, but little consideration. Aside from all these good qualities, Dundee towels are beautiful in design. You can carry out the color scheme of your bathroom with them and know they will stay snowy white or clear in color. Yes, Cannes Scents have a large selection of Dundees in their first floor linen department, and they're very inexpensive too. I saw one in the 22 by 44 size, priced at 39 cents. Comes in white with a black or red border. You know it won't be long now before we'll have to sleep under blankets. At times we live in a highest troubled world and need even more our nightly stint of sleep. If you'd like to really relax and sleep comfortably and healthfully this season, why not sleep under Kenwood blankets? Made of choice, long-fibered wool, the Kenwood blanket is fluffy, fleecy, soft, and warm. It will give you years of satisfying service and will come through countless tubbings looking as fresh and beautiful as the day you bought it. These luxurious blankets come in a variety of colors and have rich silken bindings. They range in price from $8.95 up, and you'll find a large assortment in the blanket department at Cannes on the first floor. While you're in Cannes, stop in the housewares department on the third floor and see the marvelous new Sunbeam Mixmaster. It has 12 labor-saving attachments. An efficient juicer, has a big, individual, easy-to-clean full mix beater, and easy portability. Once the mixing speed is set, the beaters do not vary their speed as the batter thickens. And here is the newest improvement on the Sunbeam Mixmaster. It now has the exclusive Mixmaster automatic mix finder. You simply dial to the correct mixing speed for the job that you want to do, and there it is. No bother, no guesswork, and accurate, pleasing results. The speed is all marked on the dial. Whipping potatoes, beating eggs, whipping cream, for any job you might have. It's truly wonderful, and I urge you to go to Cannes and see it. The Sunbeam Mixmaster, including 2 bowls, a juicer, and strainer, is $23.95. Another time and labor saver is the Magic Chef Gas Range. This shining white range saves time, fuel, and food. Accurate temperature control takes the guesswork out of baking. Roasts, cakes, pies, cookies, all done to just the right turn. The roomy, heavily insulated oven features the new exclusive swing-out broiler that makes baking so much easier. When you want to take out the roast, you don't have to scorch your hands going into the oven to pull the pan out. When you open the door, the racks swing out too. Magic Chef also has a lifetime burner guarantee, assuring you of long, satisfactory service. This handsome range can be purchased on convenient budget plan, as you will see when you look at it in Cannes in the third floor range department. And while in the housewares department, drop by the Club Aluminum waterless cookware display and let Miss Dora Payne show you the many advantages of Club Aluminum. Miss Payne, who is the representative for Club Aluminum at Cannes, is a graduate nurse and an authority on baby foods. She can tell you how the vitamin and mineral content of foods is preserved when cooking with little or no water. That's why it is healthful for your family and especially babies. Club Aluminum Hammercraft cookware is designed to give the utmost in beauty, efficiency in cooking, and lifetime service. There's a 7-piece set priced at only $17.97. This set includes 3 saucepans, 2 frying pans, a Dutch oven, and a griddle. And Miss Payne will suggest that you add the baking rack and the cleaner to keep it bright and shining. Before I say goodbye, I want to remind you that Cannes Sons have a Dr. Scholl's foot preparation booth on the 4th floor in the shoe department. There you'll find a pleasant, specially trained representative, Mr. C.C. Kruger, to help you solve your foot problems. There's a complete line of Dr. Scholl's foot preparations at moderate prices. Go to the skilled Dr. Scholl representative, who is most pleasant and kind, and let him fit you with a Dr. Scholl's foot easer, a scientific foot arch cushion. It is constructed so that by firmly but gently supporting the arch, it relieves all straining pressure on the muscles and ligaments of the feet, and it's priced at $3.50. My time is up, and Joe King is here. I'll be back again at 8:45 next Tuesday. Goodbye.
And so, with that last note in her little black book, Jean Abbey leaves us to garner more shopping news for next week's broadcast. Be sure to tune in then for more Jean Abbey notes on what's new in the stores. May we remind you again that Jean Abbey will be heard next week at a new time, 8:45. This is Columbia Station for the nation's capital. WJSV, Washington.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America presents When a Girl Marries, dedicated to all those who are in love and to those who can remember. This is the story of two young people who were destined to know the joy and the heartache that love can bring. A story for all those who, like Joan and Harry, have come to know what it means to hope and plan for the future, and to dream of that wonderful day to come when a girl marries. Friends, one of the things that we do regularly on this program is to introduce Prudential representatives from various parts of the country. These are the men who bring the services and the aims of the Prudential to neighborhoods all over the United States and Canada. Today, I'd like you to hear Mr. George E. Connors, who calls on Prudential families in Somerville, Massachusetts, near Boston. How do you do? Mr. Connors, how long have you been with the Prudential? For over 14 years. Now, just what are your duties as the Prudential man in your neighborhood?
It would take a long time to tell the whole story, Mr. Gallup, but here is the general idea. I, of course, make regular calls on my policyholders, and when claims fall due, it is my job to pay them. And I feel that the most important job I have is the first purpose of life insurance is to place the cash in the hands of the families in time of urgent need.
And what else do you do, Mr. Connors?
Well, Mr. Gallup, the largest part of my time is spent in rendering service on existing policies. I try to do everything I can to make the Prudential life insurance fit the needs of the particular families. Changes in the family's needs and circumstances may arise a different arrangement of their life insurance. Perhaps a beneficiary should be changed, or the type of policy, or perhaps the method of payment of premiums. I can't give you the full story, but those are some of the things that the Prudential agent is glad to do as an important part of his job.
Thank you very much, Mr. Connors. And now, friends, I'd like to say this. No matter how large or small your policy may be, the Prudential strives to give you the very best in life insurance service. Your Prudential man will be glad to help you in every way he can with any life insurance problems. And, of course, he never charges a fee. And now, When a Girl Marries, the story of Joan Field. Today is very much a red-letter day for Harry Davis, the man Joan hopes to marry. This afternoon, he's going to surprise his mother with the new apartment he's picked out for her. And most important of all, he and Joan have decided to get married sooner than they originally planned. So feeling as he does today, it doesn't seem as if anything could stand in Harry's way, not even the wealthy Mr. Stanley's scheme to run him out of business. But for Betty McDonald, Harry's secretary, the day has been rather dismal. This morning, she took some flowers over to the new apartment for Harry's mother. only to find that Joan had already been there. Only Joan brought expensive red roses, which made Betty's own garden flowers look pretty shabby. So Betty has returned to the office feeling discouraged and heartbroken, which is still the case when Harry walks in.
Hello, Betty. I'm sorry I'm late. I took my time this morning hashing it over with my landlady, Mrs. McCaffrey, and taking her into the deep plot for this afternoon. Now, when Mother and Tom come here to call for me at 5 o'clock, Mrs. McCaffrey's going to pack up all their things and bring them over to 284 Main Street and leave them over there.
That's nice, Harry. Mr. Farley was in.
Andy Farley?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what do you have to say?
He had plenty to say. Mr. Stanley offered to advance the interest on his mortgage, and then he brought up the subject of a lawyer that he wanted Andy to go to instead of you.
Do you mean that?
Yes, I mean it. Mr. Stanley meant it, too.
Gosh, I wish we had some proof.
We have.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
Andy got Mr. Stanley to write him a letter telling him what he was going to do for him about the mortgage. And he also got a slip of paper from him on which he'd written down the name and the telephone number of the lawyer he wanted Andy to use.
He did? Why, that's terrific. Where are they?
Well, I couldn't get Andy to give them up.
Well, why not?
He's so darn proud of them, he's carrying them around in his wallet and takes them out and looks at them about every 10 minutes.
Oh, that's not so hard. Why, he might lose them. They ought to be in the safe.
I know it. I suggested he leave them here, but he wouldn't do it.
Oh, gee, I'm worried about us carrying them around loose like that. Suppose something happened to them and they got lost in the shuffle. Where'd we be then?
I don't think there's any argument that would make Andy hand them over.
Where's he gone?
Back to his farm, I guess.
Well, where did he say he'd been the last few days?
He said he'd been lying low. He was waiting for the letter Stanley promised to write him. He didn't want to come in here to see us until he got it. But the minute it came through, he walked in here big as life.
Oh, that's swell. Maybe I ought to take a run over to Cedarville and tell Professor Kilpatrick about it.
Well, wait a minute. I'd better call the hospital first. He may have left there by now.
Yeah, all right. Call him up.
Give me Cedarville 211.
Oh, and Betty, look, would you mind doing something for me? I may be tied up this afternoon. I told my mother and Tom to be here at the office at 5 o'clock. Now,
Hello? Is this the Cedarville Hospital? Well, can you tell me if Professor Kilpatrick is still there? He's checked out.
Oh, where's he gone?
Can you tell me where he's gone? Oh, thank you. I've got it. Goodbye.
Well, where'd he go?
To the Stanley Arms Hotel right here in Stanwood. You can get over there in a few minutes.
Oh. Well, as I started to say, Mother and Tom will be here around 5. I've got some things to attend to this afternoon, and if I'm not back, do you mind keeping them occupied for a little while?
Well, for how long?
Oh, I don't know. Not more than half an hour. But if something happens to keep me longer than that, I wonder if you go over to the new apartment with them, and you can have the fun of showing it to them.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Harry, but I can't.
You can't?
No.
Well, Betty, I expected you to. Well, you're supposed to go with me when they see it for the first time. You picked it out, didn't you? You're responsible for it.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, but I've got an engagement.
You've got an engagement? What engagement? Oh, I suppose I haven't got any right to ask you that. I'm sorry. You see, that's what happens when you get in the habit of counting on somebody to do things for you. You just don't remember that they've got any private life of their own.
I can wait here till 5:30.
Oh, say, if you'll do that, I'll be ever so much obliged to you. You see, I thought I might find out from you how to get out to Andy Farley's place. I'd like to get that letter and that scrap of paper under lock and key. Where does he live, by the way?
His farm's up near Elk Creek. It's a big place.
Oh, it'd take too long to get out there this afternoon, I guess. Maybe you could run me out tomorrow, do you mind?
No, I don't mind.
Unless you've got another engagement.
No, I haven't any engagement tomorrow.
You sure about that? Because if there's a young man in the offing, you may as well tell me now.
I'd tell you if there were one.
I'm disappointed that you're not going to the flat with us. I wanted to be able to give you the credit of finding it. Mother's going to be crazy about it.
I'm glad you like it.
Say, what's the matter with you, Betty? You don't sound a bit like yourself today.
I don't?
No, you sound as if you didn't give a darn about anything.
I don't mean to sound that way.
Is anything the matter?
Oh, no. Not a thing in the world.
Ah, that's good, because this is a very special day for me. I don't suppose I ought to say anything about it yet, but I've got to tell somebody. Listen, Betty, Joan and I are going to be married. Just as soon as Mother and Tom are all settled in the new place. Oh, I oughtn't to do it. I ought to wait. I ought to have more sense than to rush her into it. I'm not in any position to marry anybody, and I know it. But she wants to as much as I do. Isn't that wonderful? She's willing to take a chance at living on next to nothing with a guy like me.
I'm sure you'll be very happy.
Happy? I'll say we'll be happy. We may not have much in the way of worldly goods, but we're young and we're in love. And we'll say, what am I telling you all this for?
I'm sure I don't know.
No, neither do I. Except that you're so easy to tell things to that I've got the habit.
A few minutes later finds Harry at the Stanley Arms Hotel, where Professor Kilpatrick has taken rooms. As he walks in on the professor, he says,
Well, Professor, it's good to see you someplace besides in a hospital.
Yes, I'm a well man now, ready for a good scrap. And nothing would give me more pleasure than to go after Ralph Stanley in a big way.
You can. We've got him.
What do you mean?
Andrew Farley's got a letter from Mr. Stanley.
What's in it?
An offer from Stanley to help Farley out in the matter of paying the interest on his mortgage.
Fine.
And that's not all. Farley was smart enough to get Stanley to write down the name of the lawyer he recommended in place of me, claiming that he'd forget it.
Oh, good. Then we can swing into action.
Yeah. Farley's willing to testify to the whole conversation. And I think if he does, we can get others to do the same thing.
That's all I've been waiting for. Oh, what a break to have the actual evidence for cause of action against him.
Well, it's not in our hands yet.
Where is it?
Farley's carrying it around with him.
You mustn't do that. It's too valuable.
That's what I think.
Well, didn't you tell him so?
I didn't get a chance. I didn't even talk to him. This has all been handled so far by Betty McDonald. She got to the office early this morning, and Farley came in and told her all that had happened. He was gone before I got there.
Well, didn't she tell him to leave the letter and the scrap of paper behind?
Of course. But he wouldn't do it. He seemed to think it was safer carrying it around on his person. But I'll get it from him. I'm going to try to get out to his place tomorrow morning, and I'll tell him it's the only evidence we've got, and it ought to be under lock and key.
Now, be sure you do.
I will.
Say, this is going to be fun. To nail Stanley in his own bailiwick. To show him up in the town where he's the big squeeze.
You know, Professor, I still can't believe it.
How can you believe anything else?
I don't know, but it doesn't seem possible that a man would go to such extremes to get another man he's never even met.
That's the sort of thing Ralph Stanley would enjoy doing. If his reputation's what I've heard it is. He never forgets an injury. And he considers that you've injured him irreparably by busting up his plans for his only son.
Do you suppose it would do any good if I went and talked to him?
No, stay as far away from him as you can. Don't go anywhere near him. You'll spill the beans if you do.
Oh, how do you mean?
Why, don't you see? He hasn't the slightest suspicion that we know what he's up to. If you go and talk to him, you tip our hand. Might even be dangerous for Farley.
Well, why would he tie up my visit with Andrew Farley?
Well, he might. Might go over everybody he talked to and find out where the leak was. He can remember that Andrew Farley was the only man to whom he gave anything in writing which might be used against him.
Oh, you think he would?
Well, of course he would if he thought anybody was going to attack his reputation in Stanwood. You forget, Harry. He's been the big mogul around these parts so long. He's ruled the place with an iron hand. And he's come to think of himself as omnipotent.
Well, suppose I just went in and talked to him as man to man and tried to overcome his feelings against me.
Yeah, you flatter yourself, young fellow. If you think you can put yourself across with Ralph Stanley. You're not a person to him by this time. You're an obsession.
Oh, get out. He's human. If I went to him and talked to him and told him that I was just a young fellow trying to get along and asked him for suggestions, well, I bet you any amount of money he'd forget how he felt about it.
Well, you're a fool if you do. You'll do it against the advice of counsel, and I'm your counsel. I haven't the slightest doubt that Ralph Stanley would put on an act for you which would be completely disarming. I tell you, Harry, he's out to get you. He'll run you out of town if he can.
Before we leave you now, I'd like to give you some interesting information about the Prudential Insurance Company. In this company, all policyholders are also actually part owners. They share in the savings of the company. As a result, life insurance protection is furnished at a low cost, and the security and strength of the Prudential are enjoyed by millions of families. They think of the Prudential as a symbol of safety, as strong as the Rock of Gibraltar. Be sure to hear When a Girl Marries, brought to you tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, by the Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey. Daylight saving time ends Sunday, September 24th. If your community has been on standard time right along, this program will reach you 1 hour later, starting next Monday. Otherwise, tune in next week as usual.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
11:30, sanitary food store time. Mother, you can't buy a better loaf of bread than Jumbo at the economical price of 8 cents a pound loaf, 15 cents for two. Buy several loaves of Jumbo bread at your neighborhood sanitary food store. WJSV, Washington.
Just a little love, a little kiss, just a love that holds a world of bliss. Eyes that tremble like the stars above me, and the little words that say you'll love me.
Once again, we bring you the romance of Helen Trent, who sets out to prove for herself what so many women long to prove, that because a woman is 35 or more, romance in life need not be over. That romance can live in life at 35 and after. Many smart French women agree that to have your lips look appealingly natural, yet ravishing and desirable, use Angelus lipstick, Angelus. This remarkable lipstick is the creation of Louis Philippe, distinguished French colorist. In it, he has blended colors to match the human blood. Rich, warm colors, so exquisitely subtle and alluring, and yet natural-looking. For they blend with every shade of hair, every type of complexion and eye coloring. Many Frenchwomen use Angelus on their cheeks and lips, too, to achieve lovely harmony in their makeup. Even the case of Angelus lipstick is chic in the French way. Dainty, gold-plated, and embossed with the fleur-de-lis design. You'll find it in all drug and department stores. And if you want a new makeup thrill, try the gorgeous new Formal Red. Deep, intense, and yet subtle as the scent of a rose. It makes lips look alive, compelling. By day, it is vibrant, pulsating, and after dark, it weaves a spell of exotic glamour. Try it. Formal Red, number 404. You'll find it goes beautifully with the colors most fashionable right now. Now, other favorite Angelus shades are Framboy, number 414, and Coronation Red, number 400. So, to gain a captivating Parisian touch to your makeup, use Angelus lipstick. See if it doesn't give the allure, the appeal to your looks you've envied and admired in other women. I repeat the name, Angelus lipstick. Again, the
romance of Helen Trent. Helen has been working very hard of late, organizing an exclusive Hollywood dress shop in partnership with Chris Wilson. But recently, her plans were completely disrupted when Continental Studios informed her that if she divided her energies on an outside business, they would cancel her contract with them to costume motion pictures. Yesterday, however, Mr. Carl Harper, an executive at Continental, used his influence to have the studio retract its unreasonable dictate to Helen. And Helen, believing that Mr. Harper's was a simple kindness, does not know that the whole thing was planned by his spoiled stepdaughter, Doris. Well, today, we look in on the yet unopened shop in Beverly Hills. Helen and Chris are in the office at the back of the store, and at the moment, Chris is just about to mention Doris. Listen.
Oh, Helen.
Yes, Chris?
Do me a favor, will you? I'm going to drive downtown and attend to some things, and when Doris Harper comes by here, tell her I'm out and you haven't got any idea when I'll be back, will you?
Doris Harper?
Yes, the daughter of our benefactor, no less. I ran into her at the Derby at lunch, and she said she was going to drop in here.
Oh, Chris, I've been meaning to talk to you about Doris Harper. Remember the time she came by here and asked us for a job designing for the shop?
Oh, yes, but of course she wasn't serious about that. She was merely amusing herself.
Oh, yes, she was serious about it, Chris. Very serious. Mr. Harper talked to me about Doris when I was in his office the other day.
What do you mean, Helen? What did he say?
Well, I think we'll have to make a place for Doris on the staff of the shop here, Chris.
Helen, you're kidding.
What's the matter?
Oh, good heavens, there would be a catch in Harper fixing things for you at the studio. You mean to tell me he asked you to take Doris on here? Did he do that?
No, of course not. He didn't ask me to do a thing.
Well, then what do you mean we've got to make a place for Doris?
Well, here's the way it was. Mr. Harper was saying that he thought it was ridiculous of the studio to tell me I couldn't be in business and work for them, too, and that he was going to try to arrange things for me, and I mentioned about being in partnership with you, and he said he knew you, that you were a friend of his daughter's.
Yes?
So he said his daughter, incidentally, was very interested in designing clothes. She'd taken a course last winter at a fashion school in New York and done very well. And then I realized that she was the same girl who'd come here and asked us for a job. And I told him about it and told him I'd met his daughter.
He brought all that in about Doris, incidentally, huh?
Yes, really. It wasn't pointed at all, Chris. We were just talking. He said that he and his wife were very anxious to see Doris do something constructive and cultivate her talent for designing. Said he knew it was hard for young girls to break into different careers and so on. And then he dismissed it. It was all very casual.
Well,
and yesterday, when I went to his office and he told me he'd fix things so that I could go ahead and own the shop here with you, he wished me good luck and all that, and said that he was sure that his wife and Doris would be among our customers, that Doris likes the kind of clothes I design, and, he was awfully pleasant.
And so you feel that we ought to take Doris on here because her papa's done us a big favor, is that it?
Well, we don't have to, Chris, but I feel it would be the nice thing to do. If it hadn't been for Mr. Harper, think where you and I'd be now. He knows that we know his daughter would like to work here, and if we don't make a place for her, he'll think we're awfully unappreciative.
I knew there was a catch in it. I knew it.
What have you got against Doris, Chris?
Oh, I don't like to say anything against any girl, but, well, I don't like her, Helen. I emphatically don't like her. She's spoiled and selfish and a rotten sport and, well, a few other things.
Oh, she impressed me that day I talked to her as being very sweet.
Well, she's not, I'm sorry to say. In my opinion, she's a pest.
Have you known her a long time, Chris?
Yes, she runs around with the crowd I used to see a lot of. As a matter of fact, I used to take Doris out a couple of years ago myself, the season she made her debut. But she's a spoiled brat, and to tell the truth, I've avoided her for quite a while now.
And she sort of chases after you, is that it?
Well, it would sound conceited if I said yes to that question, but it would be untrue if I said no.
I see. Well, that does complicate things a little. But, of course, in time, Doris will catch on that she's wasting her time on you, and she'll give up.
I hope so. Gosh, there's always a fly in the ointment. I've never seen it fail. I thought Doris was kidding coming in here and asking me for a job that day. I never dreamed she really meant it.
She's serious about designing. Her father told me so.
Doris Harper's not serious about anything but Doris Harper, Helen. There's no reason on earth why she should work. She lives the life of a social butterfly, and she's got enough money in her own name to buy and sell you and me a half dozen times. I don't want to take her on here, Helen. I don't want to have her around.
Well, what shall we do, Chris? Mr. Harper's been so nice. He told me that it took a great deal of persuading to fix things for me with the other executives at the studio. He went to a great amount of trouble.
I wouldn't be surprised if Doris didn't have a hand in that.
Oh, that's absurd, Chris. Look, don't hold anything against Mr. Harper. He wasn't the least bit pointed about Doris. It's all my idea that we ought to do something in return. I think we're really deeply obligated. Sorry, but we are.
And Doris knows we are, too. I'll bet you that's exactly why she told me she was going to drop in over here this afternoon and see me. Helen, we can't use Doris around here.
Well, we certainly don't need her, but we could make a place for her if we had to.
Like what?
Well, for instance, there's always a scarcity of attractive blouses. We could let Doris try her hand at designing some of those.
She'll be a liability, financially and otherwise.
Maybe she won't be financially, Chris. She can do some simple things and perhaps do them rather cleverly. I'm not trying to force her on you, but I just can't face Mr. Harper again at the studio unless we give Doris a try.
Yes, I know.
However, if you say no, Chris, then that's that. I don't want to overrule you. If you feel that Doris will annoy you and you can't get along with her here, then at all costs we won't take her on.
Oh, I can get along with her if I have to, I suppose. You're right, Helen. We're stuck with her on account of her old man. Well, go ahead and fix it up with her.
I don't think she'll be here long, Chris. Are you sure you don't mind now?
No, I'm just raising a fuss about, well, making a mountain out of a molehill, I guess. But you do all the talking to Doris, you hear? You employ her. I don't want her to think she's got me to thank. I'll stay out of it.
All right, I'll attend to it entirely. Oh, I'm sorry we have this problem, Chris. I hate for you to have to put up with what it'll mean.
Oh, it's okay, Helen. You can't help it. It's just that almost every favor somebody does you in this world, you have to eventually pay for. Seems to be a law of nature or something, I guess.
I really feel quite bad about the position it'll put you in, Chris.
Oh, I've got nothing against Doris, except that, well, I just don't like her kind. She won't bother me around here. I'll just let her catch on that I'm disinterested and busy, and I don't care about
Chris, there she is out in front, just coming in the store.
Here, where's my hat? I'm going to beat it. I'll look out the side way here. You go ahead and fix it up without me, Helen.
All right.
I'll see you later.
Okay. I hate to have to do this when Chris doesn't like the girl, but guess I better go talk to her. Here she comes.
How do you do, Mrs. Trent? Remember me, Doris Harper?
Yes, of course, Miss Harper. How do you do?
Fine, thanks. Is Chris around?
Why, he just went out. He had some things to attend to.
Oh, poor Chris. He's always so busy. One of these days he's going to wake up and realize he's busied himself right out of all the fun in life. Oh, this is the loveliest dress on this form here. Did you design it?
Yes, I did.
It's superb. There's genius in this dress. Genius in every line and tuck. Oh, and the way the neck's cut. I think you're wonderful, Mrs. Trent.
Thank you. Sit down, Miss Harper, won't you?
Thanks.
I met your father recently at the studio.
Yes, he told me. He came home simply raving to Mother and me about your looks.
Well, I'm very grateful to your father for helping me out of a bad predicament about the shop here. I suppose he told you.
Mm-hmm. Carl's awfully sweet that way. He's always doing things to help people at the studio out of jam.
Well, he told me how seriously interested you are in designing, Miss Harper. I, of course, remember your coming in here before.
Oh, don't feel like you have to bother about me, Mrs. Trent, just on account of Carl. Oh, please don't. That's out of the question.
Oh, it isn't just that. Your father told me how capable you are. And I think it might be well for the shop to have a few things that aren't my work. Maybe some blouses or something?
No, now, really, you mustn't go to any trouble about me. I wouldn't want you to feel, well, you know. And Carl wouldn't want you to feel that way either. Now just forget it.
Don't misunderstand me. I realize that, of course. But as a matter of fact, I do think that the shop might be able to use some of your work if it's satisfactory. And perhaps we could give it a try if you want to. See what you can do.
If I want to? Oh, heavens. If you'd let me, Mrs. Trent, I'd adore it. If you really want me just because you think I could design things that might actually sell, oh, I'd be thrilled to death.
Well, it all depends on your ability, of course. You bring me some of the designs you've done, and if I think they show sufficient originality, then, well, we'll see about making a place for you here at the shop.
So Doris Harper's plan, into which she forced her stepfather, has worked out exactly as she wished it. And now, it seems that Helen is bringing the first note of dissension into the shop. How will Doris and Chris get along? And how will this affect Helen? Well, listen for Helen Trent tomorrow. If you feel that life is growing dull and humdrum of late, it may be simply because you yourself are looking plain, unexciting, the fault of your makeup, your lipstick. Then try the lipstick that many noted French women use to gain the allure for which they're famous. Angelus lipstick, Angelus, the lipstick that has been blended to match the live, vibrant colors of the human blood, colors that strike an unusual note in makeup and give an allure beyond words. Many smart French women use it on their cheeks as well as their lips to achieve complexion harmony, and a single application will hold for hours. Get an Angelus lipstick today at any drug or department store at the same price as most lipsticks, and gain the irresistible allure many French women have. Helen Trent will be on the air at the same time tomorrow. Helen Trent's announcer, Don Hancock.
To keep household mechanical devices running smoothly, use triple-acting 3-in-1 oils. Get 3-in-1 at any hardware, grocery, or department store. Also in 10-cent stores and automobile accessory departments. Ask for 3-in-1 oil today.
Once again, we present Our Gal Sunday, the story of an orphan girl named Sunday who was left on the steps of the cabin of two old miners who raised her from childhood in the little mining town of Silver Creek, Colorado. Who, in young womanhood, married England's richest, most handsome lord, Lord Henry Winthrop. The story that asks the question, can this girl from a little mining town in the West find happiness as the wife of a wealthy and titled Englishman? Let me tell you about a remedy that thousands of people now use to get quick relief from the pains caused by headache, neuralgia, and rheumatism. People use it because the results are truly astonishing. This remedy is called Anacin, and the reason so many people rely upon it is that it was first suggested to them by their physician or dentist. Perhaps you, too, at some time, have been handed an envelope containing Anacin tablets. If you haven't discovered Anacin through this channel, then by all means discover it for yourself. For your own sake, to get quick relief, Anacin is certainly worth a trial. Of course, there's a reason why Anacin is so amazingly effective. It is made up of a combination of different medically proved and tested ingredients, not just one. It is like a doctor's prescription that way. For a prescription nearly always calls for a combination of different ingredients. Try Anacin on this basis. If the first few tablets fail to give the quick relief you want, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. So,
Be prepared next time you suffer from a headache or neuralgic and rheumatic pains. Get a supply of Anacin at any drugstore today and have it on hand. Spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. It comes in tins of 12 and 30 or bottles of 50 and 100 tablets. And now, Our Gal Sunday. Much has happened in the last few days at Balmacrucci Hospital to prophesy difficult days ahead for Sunday with two members of the staff. First, there is Nurse Rhoda Gray, who, because of her jealousy and love of Dr. Alan Brooke, has proved particularly objectionable to Sunday. And then there's Alan Brooke himself, whose personal interest in Sunday is becoming a major problem to her. However, these problems have been in some part counteracted. Although Sunday is facing her first long separation from Lord Henry, who is now a captain in the English Army, she's been comforted, not only by his letters, but by a feeling and knowledge that there are times when their love brings them together in an unusual and beautiful manner, keeping both of them from feeling that distance can separate them. Sunday is now in the living room of the lodge, sitting with Lord Percy before a crackling fire. Listen.
Fire feels good these misty Scotch days, doesn't it, Uncle Percy?
Yes, it does, Sunday.
If you've been down to the village this morning, you must be tired.
Tired? Of course I'm not tired. Don't pamper me, Sunday.
I'm not pampering you, Uncle Percy. I was going to suggest that you stay here with me for a while. I don't have to go to the hospital until later on.
Do I look as if I'm leaving?
No, you don't. You look comfortable.
Comfortable? That's it. I'm too comfortable. Details of turning Balmacrucci Castle into a hospital. Is that a man's work? No.
But, Uncle Percy, what are you talking about?
Morning, noon, and night I fuss about with lists, with orders. Try to give the hospital staff advice. They don't want it. They know better than I do how to equip a hospital. What do they think I am, a useless old man, eh?
Well, of course not, Uncle Percy. You aren't old, and you're certainly not useless.
No, if I'm not useless, why am I not in the army? Answer me that.
Why, because, well, there's no need for you to be, Uncle Percy. And you served in the last war.
Nonsense. There's no reason for me to be up here in Scotland, sitting before a fire, warming my toes, or to be in London. Anywhere but here.
But, Uncle Percy, you offered Balmacrucci Castle to the government to be used as a hospital. That was a wonderful thing.
But why did they tell me to stay here and look after it? It's a conspiracy, that's what it is.
Uncle Percy, you're needed at Balmacrucci. That's why you were asked to stay here. Uncle Percy, you know, I've been thinking of something the last few days.
What?
The attitude of the people everywhere, all over England. No matter how they're feeling inside, they're taking all their troubles, all their problems cheerfully.
I noticed that too, Sunday.
It's inspiring. That's the way life should be. Full of courage and hope and doing the job at hand.
Now, look here, my dear. Are you trying to tell me in a roundabout, feminine sort of fashion that I shouldn't be complaining about doing work that a fair to middling bookkeeper could do?
Uncle Percy, of course I'm not.
Hope not.
After all, your work is more exacting than that. There's no sense in pretending that it isn't important because you know it is. But didn't you check the plans of all the rebuilding necessary in the castle? Didn't you get a letter from Sir Robert Winslow, chairman of the hospital board, congratulating you on suggestions you made?
Yes, I did. Yes, by Jove, I did.
And this morning when you went to the village, wasn't it to personally supervise orders for food supplies for the hospital?
Yes.
And you say you aren't doing enough. Uncle Percy, I'm ashamed of you.
Oh, Sunday, you're a nuisance. You won't even let a man complain in peace. Oh, bless my stupid brain. I forgot. Got a letter for you. Brought it from the village to save the boy a bicycle ride out.
A letter for me?
Yes. Where did I put it? Must be in my inside coat pocket.
Uncle Percy, is it from Henry?
No, it isn't, Sunday. Oh, here it is. And see for yourself.
Oh, thank you. No, it isn't Henry's writing. Uncle Percy, it's from Arthur. From Henry's brother, Arthur.
It is it? What's he doing, writing to you?
I wanted him to write, Uncle Percy. He came to see us before Henry left England. He was in his uniform, waiting for orders. He promised Henry to turn over a new leaf.
Well, read it, my dear, read it. What does he have to say?
Well, let's see. Dear Sunday, don't be surprised at my writing you. You said I might, you know. And you're the only one of the family at home I can write to. Uncle Percy would...
What's that?
Uncle Percy would probably growl himself into a minor fit if he even saw my handwriting.
Blasted impertinence. Me growl myself into a fit? What does he mean?
Though he might be secretly pleased, because I know jolly well he cares for every one of us very deeply. Even me, the black sheep of the Brintook family.
I'll have to write to Arthur myself and ask him what he means. Discussing me in a letter to you.
It's a long letter. Something to tell you.
What is it?
To. Wait, what's this? Something about Thomas McTaggart. You know, Uncle Percy, Kathy's husband. But that means he may have seen Henry because Thomas is Henry's orderly. Let me see. Uncle Percy, yes, there is something about him.
Read it, my dear, read it.
Where does it begin? Oh, here. And so then I went to the company canteen. I was outside the door.
Yeah?
I heard voices inside. A voice I vaguely recognized was saying...
And the captain says to me, he says, Thomas McTaggart, I'm glad to see you, man, and how would you like to be my orderly? And so I looked the captain in the eye, and I says to him, attention, Second Lieutenant.
Carry on, men. The captain's orderly here?
That would be me, sir. Private McTaggart speaking.
Private McTaggart? Thomas?
Well, sir, I don't know how you... What? Lieutenant Arthur Brinthrope. Well, I can't believe my eyes, sir.
Thomas, it's good to see you again.
Aye, well, it's the first time in over 3 years.
Yes, it's all of that, Thomas. Is your captain about?
Oh, aye, sir, that he is. In his office at this very minute, working on his reports. If you'll come with me...
Oh, wait a second, Thomas. There's something I want to ask you about. Let's stand in this hall, shall we?
Aye, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. What did you want to say to me, sir?
See here, Thomas. I heard in a roundabout way that your second lieutenant is being transferred. Know anything about it?
Aye, that's the truth, sir. And I'm wishing this very instant that you were taking his place. Ah, 'tis a great company, sir, and it's a great captain we've got. Are you thinking of joining us?
Well, yes, I am.
Oh, that's good. And when captain...
Not so fast. I have my own way of doing this, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I was only thinking that when captain...
Yes, I know. Your captain will have to approve of me first.
Oh, but he will, sir, he will. How can he help it when...
Where's the captain's room, Thomas?
Oh, well, I'll take you there.
No, thanks. I'll find it. Down the hall on the left, isn't it?
No, it's the third room on the right, Lieutenant.
I'll find it. Cheerio, Thomas.
Cheerio, sir.
No name on the door. Well, here goes. I'll try this one.
Come in.
Captain, I'm a lieutenant from...
Arthur.
Henry. Why, Henry.
By Jove, Arthur, this is a surprise.
Yes, it is. But I talked with Thomas, and I told him I wanted to see the captain. I had no idea you were captain. Oh, I say, Henry...
Well, sit down, Arthur. Well, I didn't know you'd come from home.
Henry, is it true your second lieutenant is being transferred?
Oh, yes. Is that why you're here, Arthur?
Yes. I'd like to take his place. There are some friends of mine in this company, and now that I know that you're...
But, Arthur, what does your commanding officer say?
If you approve, he'll recommend me for a transfer.
Well, Arthur, I don't know. You see...
Oh, please, Henry. Please, do this for me.
Arthur, I'll have to think it over.
Oh, come now, Henry. You can do it. It all depends on you.
Yes, I realize that.
I worked like the Dickens to get my commission. Now I want a chance to prove myself worthy of it.
To prove yourself worthy of the course, yes.
Now, see here, Henry. I made you a promise before we left England. I promised never to cause you any trouble again. And you said we could be friends.
Yes, and I know, Arthur, I know. I am your friend. And I'm your brother, Arthur. You see, that's the point. I want to do what's best for you. It isn't that I don't trust you, but I can show no favors, not a hair's breadth. Now, without meaning to, there might come a time when you'd expect that hair's breadth of favor.
Oh, I swear to you,
Arthur, let's not risk that. What you say? You stick by your own company and you get your promotions. You know, human nature is a strange thing. We're brothers. A great deal of the misunderstanding between us has been because I'm the older. But we have that same situation here. The time may come when you would resent taking orders from me, orders that, well, you'd accept willingly from someone else.
Oh, but at home you offered me another chance. It will mean a lot to me, Henry.
Arthur, Very well, Arthur.
Oh, Joe, Henry, I'm awfully glad.
I'll be glad to have you in my company, Arthur. But I want you to know that once you're part of it, officially, I can consider you no longer my brother. If there's a job to be done, regardless of what it is, and I have to choose a man from my men, and you're the one chosen, I expect courage from you, the best you have to give. I expect it from you as much as I do from myself. So with this understood, I'll recommend your transfer to this company.
What will happen to these two brothers fighting side by side? One, a captain, the other, a subordinate. Will Henry be placed in a difficult position? Will Arthur's past misdeeds play any part? And what of somebody's own situation at Balmacrucci Hospital and Nurse Rhoda Gray's jealousy because of Dr. Ellen Brooks' infatuation for Sunday? What dramatic twist will the personal problem surrounding Sunday take next? Be sure to listen tomorrow to the next episode of Our Gal Sunday. Our Gal Sunday is brought to you by the makers of Anacin, that remarkable way to get quick relief from the pains of headache, neuralgia, or neuritis. The reason Anacin acts so fast is because it is like a doctor's prescription, a combination of medically tested active ingredients. Next time you have a headache or neuralgic pain, try Anacin. You'll be amazed at what it does for you. All drugstores have Anacin in tins of 12 and 30 or bottles of 50 and 100 tablets. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Our Gal Sunday will be on the air at the same time tomorrow, 12:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Your announcer, James Fleming.
It's those grand Goldbergs, presented by the makers of High Test Oxidol. Going, almost gone. Yes, folks, I mean Oxidol's Jingle Jubilee. Only 2 more days and this great contest is over. Only 2 more days left to jingle your way into $1,100. So start jingling today. 8 $100 bills given every day this week, Monday through Friday, just for best last lines to a jingle about Oxidol in washing machines. And besides all that, a $1,000 grand prize at the end of the week. $1,000 extra for the week's best daily winner. But today's Thursday, remember. So just today and tomorrow, that's all the time left to get in line for one of those $100 daily prizes and that $1,000 grand prize. So get your pencil right now, because here's the jingle. High Test Oxidol's a delight, said a clever young housewife named Wright. In my washing machine, it gets clothes so clean. Now you just add a last line that rhymes with Wright. A line that rhymes something like, they're really a marvelous sight, and send with your name and address and an Oxidol box top or facsimile to the Goldbergs, Cincinnati, Ohio. Now that's all it takes to line yourself up to win $1,100 before this great contest closes. Now your entry goes in today's contest if it's received today, in tomorrow's if it's postmarked before midnight tomorrow and received in Cincinnati not later than October 3rd. Now, originality, suitability, and aptness are what count. Residents of continental United States, Hawaii, and Canada are eligible. Winners are announced 1 week after each daily contest. Complete printed lists of winners are available upon written request to the Goldbergs, Cincinnati, Ohio, after the final contest.
The same jingle is used throughout the contest. Now, your dealer has it and the rules, and you may send any number of entries, just so each is accompanied by an Oxidol box top or facsimile. So don't let anything stop you from sending one or more entries with your name and address to the Goldbergs, Cincinnati, Ohio, today. Now, to be sure and get in line for $1,100 before this great contest closes tomorrow. And wait after today's show for last Thursday's winners. And now, the Goldbergs. Well, the Goldbergs are riding home to New York, and very fast, too. The man they hired, a certain George Stark, is a daring driver. And yesterday, he beat a train to a certain small station. But why? Why? The Goldbergs wanted to know. And then he told them, surprisingly enough, that he was picking up his baby, which he intended taking to his mother. And then we heard what he said to the woman who brought the child, and it sounded very, very queer. What is Stark up to? Listen.
Rosalie, darling, put up the windows on the side so the baby shouldn't get a draft. All right, Mom. She's sleeping. She's sleeping very tightly. Baby's sleeping and Uncle David's sleeping in the trailer. It's all right. You can talk, Daddy. She's fast asleep. It's all right. You can talk. Button up your neck, Rosalie, please. All right. Your baby's sleeping, George.
That's good. You don't have a radio in this car, do you?
No.
Why? Is there anything you want to hear? No. Nothing special. Hey, can I trouble you for a cigarette? I'll stop and get some later.
I'm sorry. I only have a cigar.
Well, I'll have to stop then.
Rolling along.
He seems awfully nervous to me, Ma.
Who's Emily?
The chauffeur.
To me, too, Ma. Maybe a man alone with a child.
You didn't see a newspaper this morning, did you?
No. What's he want a newspaper for?
Samuel, on account of the war, maybe. He must be nervous. He wants to know. Everybody wants to know. It's like a fever. Why, Samuel, why did you,
I don't know, Mom. What did he turn for? We're supposed to stay on Route 6. George, why did you turn off?
I want to get some cigarettes. I want to get a newspaper.
Well, we'll be putting on about 15 miles that way if we go through the town.
That's all right. I'll make it up.
Is the baby sleeping, Molly?
Yeah, she's fast asleep.
Say, George, there's a speed limit on these roads. The state troopers... No, I just said...
Oh, I thought you said you saw one.
Why, you afraid of them?
No. Why should I be afraid of them? I just don't want it to cost you anything. If we get caught speeding. Afraid I got nothing to be afraid of.
She nearly got up. If when we stop, I'd like to warm a bottle for the baby.
She's still sleeping, ain't she?
Yeah, but anyway, nevertheless, I'll warm it good so it'll stay warm and we wouldn't have to stop after.
Here are some stores. Stop here.
All right.
I'll go out and get your paper.
No. That's all right. I'll be right back.
Will you get me 2 cigars, please?
Okay.
Gee, what is he so nervous?
Who isn't nervous these days? Who isn't nervous? How's the baby?
Sweet. Well, I'm glad she's sleeping at least. I'm glad she's sleeping. Jake.
Yeah?
Just look.
What?
I just want you to look and don't get mad and don't howl. I just want you to look. Look. This is all hand-stitched, no? Oh.
What?
Here, look. Look at the baby's jacket.
And if yes?
I mean, if yes, look, even the dress. All handmade, Jake. Jake, there's clothes and there's clothes.
So what? Something awfully funny here. Please. What's so funny? How do you know where these clothes came from? He must have been a chauffeur for rich people before he took this job. And maybe they gave the clothes to him.
But anyway...
Please, without buts. You're not writing a scenario now. Molly, please.
All right, Jake, I'm just saying. So why didn't he introduce us to the lady who brought the baby on the train? Why didn't he say if she's the mother or if she's wife?
Molly, please, don't put ideas in my head. Here he comes.
He's coming.
And please, don't start building up hallucinations, please. Things are going smoothly, let him go.
All right.
Did you get your paper?
Yeah.
My cigar, please?
Yeah.
I forgot to take out the milk.
We can do that later. I've got to get to a telegraph office. I want to send a telegram. I'll make up all this time I'm losing for him.
Telegram now.
Sure.
Did you see what you were looking for in the newspaper?
Who said I was looking for anything?
Well, I only thought... Sammy.
Here's the telegraph office.
Oh, where?
Over there, on the other side of the street.
Oh, I see it.
You'll take the bottle out, please, of the milk.
We can wait till we get out of this town, can't we?
Well, no, if you're going out, I mean, anyway, if you're going, I would like very much that you should, anyway, sure. Every time the car stops, so she opens her eyes.
I won't be a minute.
All right.
Mom, Pa, I don't like it. Like what? Well, gee, if you can't feel it, Pa, I can't tell you. Sammy, please, don't let your imagination skip away with you. Please. Maybe he has some private trouble. Evidently he has. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been taking the child to his mother. It's just another marriage on the rocks. Well, if that's all it is, what did he want the newspaper for?
And what did he want to know if we had a radio?
And why doesn't he want to get the bottle for the baby?
And who was the woman who got all the train?
So what do you want me to do, what? Well, I know what I'd do, Pa. I'd pay him for his 2 days' work and give him the baby and go ahead without him.
Maybe, Jake.
Nonsense. This is all speculation of your own imagination, Molly. And I don't want to hear another syllable pertaining to the same. Not one iota. You hear? All right. Have it your own way, Pa.
Oh, here he comes.
Okay. Now, there won't be no more stops for me until I get the kid to my mother. That'll be sometime tonight.
But just 1 minute, please, before you start the car. Just 1 minute, please.
What is it, Molly?
Well, take the baby a minute, Rosalie, please.
What is it, Molly?
Just 1 minute here, Rosalie, please.
All right.
Sure. I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
Where are you going?
I'll be right back. I have to send a telegram also.
To who?
To somebody.
Well, I'll go with you, Mom.
All right. Is anybody?
Yeah?
Excuse me. Pardon me, please. My son was just in here, and he sent a telegram.
What?
My son was here, and he just sent a telegram. And just this minute, he was here, and he went, and he left, and I think he gave you the wrong address. Would you mind showing me the telegram he sent, please?
What's the name, please?
George Stark.
All right, just a minute, please.
Yes, please. George Stark. With a G. S.
We're just sending that wire, lady.
Would you mind if I see if he gave the right address?
Well, let's see. It's sent to...
Would you mind if I see it, please?
No, I guess that's all right.
You don't mind.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh.
Was that the right address?
Yes. Yes. I'm afraid it was.
The right address, but what was in the telegram? What did Molly see? And does this throw any more light on George Stark's mysterious doings? Now remember, just today and tomorrow to get in line for $1,100 in Oxydol's Jingle Jubilee. So just add a last line to Oxydol's jingle and send with an Oxydol box top or facsimile and your name and address to the Goldbergs, Cincinnati, Ohio, today. Your dealer has the jingle and the rules. And now, last Thursday's $100 winners. Mrs. E.M. Dibble, Pueblo, Colorado. Mrs. J. Henry Leno, Dallas Center, Iowa. Mrs. Ernest H. Bishop, Quincy, Massachusetts. Mrs. R.M. Ricker, Alcott, New York. Mrs. Mabel B. Jones, Lakewood, Ohio. Mrs. William H. Frank, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Mrs. Pearl Davis, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Mrs. T. Broadhurst, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Congratulations, winners. Now, be sure to listen to the next episode tomorrow. The Goldbergs find out what they think is the truth. Until then, this is Art Millett speaking for the makers of High Test Oxydol. Now, here's an important time change announcement. If you live in a community which has not been observing daylight saving time, beginning next Monday, September 25th, the Goldbergs will come to you 1 hour later than it now comes to you. If your community has been observing daylight saving time, there will be no change of course. This program will come to you at the same time as always.
It's important to have a radiantly fresh, attractive-looking complexion, and it's wise to use Camay, the gentle, thorough cleansing soap that helps bring out the natural beauty of your complexion. Try Camay, the safe, effective aid to complexion loveliness.
If you wonder what to do about a certain problem that's troubling you today, why not sit down and ask yourself, when tomorrow comes, what will I wish I had done today? That will help you believe that life can be beautiful. Life can be beautiful. An inspiring message of faith drawn from life, written for you each weekday by Carl Bixby and Don Becker. Brought to you by Ivory Flakes. I want to tell you about a pair of stockings that belonged to Miss Helen Lupton. Now, these stockings were treated very hard by day. Miss Lupton's a nurse, you see, so her stockings had to walk an awful lot, climb stairs, and stretch and bend. But to make up for the way her stockings were treated in the daytime, Miss Lupton took good care of her stockings every night. Yep, every single night she washed these stockings out in gentle suds of pure ivory flakes. You see, Miss Lupton wanted her stockings to wear a long time. So after she'd worn them for 143 miles, they were still in good condition. That was their way of saying thank you for the wonderful care they got every night. See, Miss Lupton heard about ivory flakes when she took part in a stocking endurance test at the Berkshire Knitting Mill stage. Berkshire knitting mills, make those beautiful Berkshire silk stockings. Well, they made this important rule during the stocking test. They made each girl promise to wash their stockings every night in ivory flakes. Berkshire, you see, believes that nightly washing with this pure flake soap helps keep the silk thread strong, helps you get long wear. Well, Miss Lupton followed that rule, and looky, what happened? She got 143 miles of wear from one pair of stockings. And say, Miss Lupton says she's delighted because she proved to herself that you can really get a lot of wear even from sheer stockings with the proper care. She says, quote, "You can take my word for it. Washing stockings every night with ivory flakes is going to be a regular part of my life from now on. It only takes a minute or two, and it's a real saving," unquote. So, look, why not do as Miss Helen Lupton did? Use ivory flakes for your stockings every night, too. Get the thrifty large-size box and begin tonight. And we can promise you this. With good hose to start with, and, of course, barring accidents, this nightly care with pure ivory flakes will help you get extra miles of wear from every pair. Now again, life can be beautiful. Chi-Chi and Stephen Hamilton are low in spirits today. They tried to get work, and it was a pathetic effort because Stephen is still in his wheelchair and Chi-Chi isn't well equipped for a job. Until his accident, Stephen had a splendid chance to resume his law career in the office of Myron Henderson. After that, he wasn't wanted. Oddly enough, Stephen's accident brought him an offer from lawyer George Moore. But Stephen refused it because he believes the man is a shyster who wants to gain sympathy from juries with a crippled assistant. Seems as though Stephen was right because Moore also tried to persuade Chi-Chi to cash in on her recent publicity by accepting a theatrical engagement. Well, it's hard to have to refuse work for the sake of principles, especially when any other job is so hard to get. Now, the next day, morning in the slightly red bookshop. Crisp, cool morning, warmed by bright sunlight. No kind of a day for sadness and disillusionment, but Chi-Chi doesn't appear to be very happy as she sits curled up in Papa David's big leather chair. Old David Solomon walks back toward her slowly, sadly, wagging his head.
So you ain't finding it easy to be happy even on a nice morning like this? Crying with such big wet tears ain't the best way for starting out a new day, darling. Now, look, are you wanting Papa David's extra big handkerchief for wiping away the eyes? Eh?
No.
It ain't having any fancy lace edges, but it's big, and it's absolutely okay for crying, and on account, you couldn't roll it up in a little ball like that one.
Papa David, where's Stephen?
He's in the back, Chi-Chi, in his room, reading something or writing something, I don't know.
Gosh, it was awful the way Stephen and me tried to find somebody that wanted us, and nobody did. I don't care so much for myself. I mean, I'm okay, but Stephen's still in a wheelchair, and it must be awful to be like that and get the idea that nobody wants you, no work for you to do.
There's nothing worse, lady.
Did he keep on calling up lawyers and asking them?
Yeah, like a bulldog he was with the telephone in his teeth, and he wouldn't let it go. Even with his heart breaking up after every time he called the lawyer's office, and that was the same answer. No. He still kept on.
Why didn't he just quit after a while when he saw there wasn't any use?
Quit, Chi-Chi? Once when we were alone in the bookshop before you came to live with us, I maybe had a little sneaking notion that Stephen was, like you said, a quitter on account he wouldn't brace up. But then you came, and now it's different. You see, Leighton, you said call up the lawyer's offices, so Stephen gave out with a promise that he would. So he did?
Yeah, and nothing happened. Gosh, I bet it would have been better if I'd kept my mouth shut. What right have I got to go around butting in other people's lives, telling them what to do and making them feel worse than they did before?
Chicha, Leighton, the future is like a thick veil between us and the tomorrows that are yet to come. What's coming, we don't know. Only what we can see and touch and put our hands on. Mm-hmm. And one of the things is what you give out with saying to Stephen. Don't sit down and hold the hands and wait for life to get beautiful. You got to do something.
Maybe that's right, maybe it's wrong. Maybe it bounces back with good results, sometimes bad. But anyhow, you're doing something. That's okay.
That's what I thought, but now I ain't so sure.
Hey, fish ain't biting on the hook if the line ain't in the water. Say, wait, maybe that was a customer.
Oh, you go, Papa David. I still got tears all over my face.
Okay, Leighton, I'll go. Hey, Jagger. Oh, good morning, please.
Good morning. You're Mr. Solomon, aren't you?
Yeah, you're positively.
I've heard Gigi talk so much about you, and I met you once in the hospital right after Stephen came back. I'm awfully glad to see you again.
Yeah, Chichi was talking about me.
Oh, you don't know who I am, do you?
Well, maybe I should know if I had my faraway looking glasses on.
I'm Kate Henderson.
Oh, yeah. Miss Henderson.
I just dropped in to see Stephen Hamilton. He's here, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen him since he went back to the wheelchair. I was awfully sorry about that.
Yeah, I know.
Don't be afraid, Mr. Solomon. I'm not going to say anything to hurt Stephen. Honestly, I'm not. I have an idea the Henderson family has hurt him enough. My father's a little rigid in some of his ideas.
Wait, please excuse me, the surprise, Miss Henderson. With a feather, you could knock me over. Wait, Chichi, Leighton.
Oh, is Chichi here, too?
Oh,
sure. Papa David.
Hey, come on, Chichi, quick, come here.
Okay, Papa David. Kate Henderson. Oh, gosh, Papa David, it's Kate Henderson.
Yeah.
How are you, Chichi?
I'm fine. I'm just swell. Gosh, am I glad to see you. Say, I haven't got any manners at all, have I? Come on back and sit down.
Yeah, sit down, Miss Henderson. You sit and talk with Chichi, and I'm going back and tell Stephen what kind of company he's got calling on him. Maybe he ain't even got his hair combed yet.
Thank you, Chichi. So, this is the Slightly Red Bookstore.
Yeah, and that was Papa David. Hey, is that right, what Papa David said about you coming here to see Stephen?
Well, yes, you don't mind, do you? I wanted to see you, too, but I've got some business with Stephen.
Gosh, no, I don't mind. You say some business with Stephen? What kind of business? What's it about? I mean, oh, gosh, I haven't got any right to ask you that, have I? I'm afraid I'm too excited to remember about my manners.
Oh, you don't have to worry about manners with me. We're old friends.
Yeah, sure. Let's just sit down here. If you get down in Papa David's old chair, it's kind of hard to get out of it.
Thanks. Well, Gigi, my honorable parent is fit to be tied.
Is he? What do you mean?
Mad. Mad as a wet hen.
Oh, he is, huh?
Mm-hmm. I don't know whether you know it or not, but it seems that Stephen has been calling around to other law offices in the city, trying to get a job.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Why, Dad thought Stephen was still on his payroll.
Oh, you mean the checks he said he'd send to Stephen for a while just in case he got well?
Yes. Several of his friends have told him Stephen's been calling around and asking for a job, and, well, you can imagine how Dad would feel.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, well, what do you mean? Is he really sore? Because is he going? See, that's awful having your father mad at Stephen. It's awful.
Well, maybe it isn't. You know, Dad's funny. He's just as sweet as he can be, but he's a lawyer. And sometimes he even seems to think like one of his musty old law books.
I guess all lawyers are like that. Stephen, too.
By the way, didn't Stephen get the check Dad sent him on the letter?
Yes, he did, but he said he wasn't going to take charity. If he couldn't work, he wouldn't take Mr. Henderson's money, so that was out.
Oh.
Maybe you don't understand how it is with a man like Stephen, Kate. He's got, well, Papa David called them principles, and Steve called them ethics. They make people do funny things. What Stephen wanted and what he still wants is the chance to do something, not to get paid for something he isn't doing. You see what I mean?
Yes, I understand.
You do? Then you know all about ethics and things.
Why, Chichi, I was raised on them. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Ethics.
Oh, then you know what I'm up against trying to do anything with Stephen.
Perfectly. I've had it all my life with Dad.
Say, I like you.
Well, it took you long enough to get around to it.
Well, I didn't get to know you very well out on the boat, but... Oh, gosh, if Mr. Henderson is sore, that's bad.
Chichi, what do you suppose I've got in this package?
I don't know. I give up. What is it?
Some papers. Records and letters and things.
Yeah?
It's all about a case that's in Dad's office. It seems that a man named Witherspoon claims he was defrauded and...
Gosh, Kate, you mean it's something for Steve to work on, a law case?
That's right. It's a complete file on the whole business. It's all mixed up, so I don't know what it's all about, but it might be a big case.
And the law firm of Henderson and Henderson wants Mr. Stephen Hamilton to study it and work on it. And see if this Mr. Witherspoon has any, what do they call it, cause of action.
You mean it's a case and your father wants Stephen to work on it and make up a thing about it?
Will he do it? I mean, will he accept the checks Dad wants to send him if he has some work to do?
Will he? Oh, gosh, I'll say he will. It's what he wants, work, not just money. He wants to be a lawyer, not a sponge. Hey, I just thought of something. You know, calling up all those other lawyers is all right, because if he hadn't done that, your dad wouldn't have got mad, and if he hadn't have got mad, he wouldn't have sent you down here with a case for Stephen to work on. Well, you never know, do you? I mean, you never know whether something you do is going to turn out bad or good, but you just got to keep on doing something just the same. Stephen was trying to get any kind of a job, and now look, he's got one, his own job back again, because he tried to get one somewhere else. You wait right here, Kate. Now, don't you go anywhere. Don't you move. I'll be right back. Steve! Stephen! Hey, Steve, come out here quick! Stephen!
Well, Papa David certainly called that one. What difference does it make if you plant a seed and the plant grows somewhere else? Or, if you want to look at it this way, an arrow shot into the air comes home to roost. You know, when you listen to Life Can Be Beautiful, you get the feeling that Chi-Chi and Papa David and all the others are sort of like old friends, don't you? Isn't that the way it is? Friends that you look forward to visiting with every day. Now, I never heard of anybody looking forward to dishwashing, but just the same, I know a lot of you feel friendly to the soap that helps your hands look nice and gives you speedy suds at the same time. Yes, ma'am, I mean good old ivory flakes. Of course, you know that ivory flakes are just thin flakes of pure ivory soap, the soap that's safe even for a baby's skin. So that means ivory flakes is the only flake soap that gives your hands the protection of that famous ivory purity. The purity that helps your hands stay soft and smooth in spite of dishwashing. And what's more, you get ivory's purity in this speedy, quick-dissolving flake form for so little cost. Why, one generous, large-sized box of ivory flakes will do all your dishes for about 3 weeks. Tomorrow, the scene will continue, and Stephen will come out into the store and learn the good news. At least we think it's good news. Surely there isn't anything wrong with it. But what will Stephen think? And more important, what will Stephen do? Is he still worrying about ethics? Be sure and listen tomorrow and learn with Stephen whether or not life can be beautiful. This is Ralph Edwards wishing you a pleasant day for the makers of Ivory Flakes, 99 and 44 100% pure. Now, if your community has not been observing daylight saving time, Life Can Be Beautiful will come to you 1 hour later than usual, beginning Monday, September 25th. Of course, if your community has been observing daylight saving time, this program will continue to come to you at the same time as always. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Special announcement. After next Friday, Life Can Be Beautiful will not be heard on this station until Monday, October 2nd. Beginning October 2nd, the new time will be 6:30 p.m. every Monday through Friday.
Thank you for listening to the Golden Radio Podcast, hosted and curated by Spring Heel Jack. The Golden Radio Podcast is an affiliate of the Anthology of Horror Podcast Network. Thank you for tuning in. Until next time.